590 The Fan.
680 Sports.
What a night it's going to be.
Blue Jays kick off their home season tonight.
Blue Jays, Yankees, the Rogers Center tonight.
Everyone's pumped up. The Jays are back in town for a weekend of great action against the Yankees.
You can expect a raucous, sold-out crowd tonight.
Jays fans in Toronto and across Canada joining us live on Sportsnet. Welcome to Rogers Center, home of your Toronto Blue Jays for the 2014 Honda Home Opener. Please direct your attention to the video board for a special presentation to recognize 2013 Rawlings Gold Glove winner, R.A. Dickey. Gold Glove is the highest symbol of defensive excellence. R.A. is the recipient of the 2013 AL Rawlings Gold Glove for his position. Here to present R.A. with his Gold Glove is Jim Hughes, Rawlings Vice President, Professional Sport. Congratulations, R.A. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, we are proud to have presenting the colors tonight, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. As we watch 222 Olympians and over 50 Paralympians compete for Canada in Sochi, bringing home 25 and 16 medals respectively. As the season changes and we turn our attention to the boys of summer, the Toronto Blue Jays are proud to welcome our Winter Olympians and Paralympians to tonight's game. She is the third on the Canadian women's curling team that made history in Sochi while winning gold. They became the first women's curling team ever to go undefeated at a Winter Games. Please welcome from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Caitlin Laws. A freestyle skier and gold medalist. She won the first ever gold medal awarded in women's ski slopestyle. Her run earned her a victory by almost 9 points. Please welcome from Huntsville, Ontario, Olympic gold medalist Dara Howell. won gold in 2006 and led his team to bronze in Sochi. Please welcome the captain of the Canadian men's sledge hockey team, Greg Westlake. He skipped the Canadian men's curling team to gold in Sochi with a win in the final over Great Britain. From Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, please welcome Brad Jacobs. As a visually impaired cross-country skier, he won 3 gold medals in Sochi. With those medals, he became the first Canadian Winter Paralympian to win 10 gold medals in a career. Please welcome Ryan McKeever. In his 3rd Olympic Winter Games, he brought his career medal count to 4, winning silver in the 1,000 meters and bronze in the 1,500 meters. From British Columbia, please welcome Olympic speed skater Denny Morrison. In a gold medal hockey game for the ages, Canada's women came back from a 2-0 deficit to beat Team USA in overtime. From Scarborough, Ontario, Olympic gold medalist in women's hockey, Natalie Spooner. He made his Olympic debut at the age of 21 at Sochi and captured the silver medal in men's moguls. From Dumontage, Quebec, and he's also a baseball fan, Mikhail Kingsbury. Canada's mogul skiing sisters captured the attention of the world on day 1 of the Sochi Games when they finished 1-2 in women's moguls. The first Canadian sisters ever to share a podium at an Olympic Games in a moment their family and our country will never forget. Please welcome from Montreal, Quebec, Olympic gold and silver medalists, Justine and Chloe Dufour-Lapointe. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, let's hear it one more time for our Canadian Olympic and Paralympic medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, here are the teams for tonight's game. First, please welcome the 2014 New York Yankees coaches and support staff. Now here's the starting lineup for the New York Yankees, managed by Joe Girardi. Batting first, playing center field, number 22, Jacoby Ellsbury. Batting second, left fielder, number 11, Brett Gardner. Batting third, the designated hitter, number 36, Carlos Beltran. Batting fourth in the bullpen, catcher number 34, Brian McCann. Batting fifth, playing first base, number 25, Mark Teixeira. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 33, Kelly Johnson. Batting seventh, right fielder, number 31, Ichiro Suzuki. Batting eighth, at second base, number 26, Yangervis Solarte. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 45, Dean Anna. In the bullpen, Yankees starting pitcher, right-hander number 19, Masahiro Tanaka.
Hey, brother, there's an endless road to rediscover. Hey, sister, know the water's sweet, but blood is thicker. Oh, if the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do.
And now your 2014 Toronto Blue Jays coaches and clubhouse staff. Visiting clubhouse manager Len Freilich. Equipment manager Jeff Ross. Clubhouse manager Kevin Malloy. Strength and conditioning coordinator Chris Joyner. Massage therapist Todd Earl. Assistant trainer Mike Frostad. Trainer George Poulos. In the bullpen catcher Alex Andriopoulos. In the bullpen, batting practice pitcher Jesus Figueroa. Coordinator, Advanced Scouting and Video, Ryan Middleman. Coaching assistant, Sal Butera. Third base coach, Luis Rivera. Bench coach, DeMarlo Hale. Hitting coach, Kevin Seitzer. In the bullpen, pitching coach, Pete Walker. In the bullpen coach, Bob Stanley. First base coach, Tim Leeper. Infielder number 3, Meiser is Turris. Outfielder number 14, Moises Sierra. Pitcher number 21, Sergio Santos. Josh Tully. Pitcher number 23, Brandon Morrow. Pitcher number 27, Brett Cecil. Catcher number 31, Eric Kratz. Pitcher number 32, Esmail Rogers. Pitcher number 33, Jeremy Jeffress. Pitcher number 36, Drew Hutchison. Pitcher number 43, R.A. Dickey. Pitcher number 44, Casey Jensen. Pitcher number 50, Steve Delabar. Pitcher number 56, Mark Burley. Pitcher number 58, Todd Redmond. Pitcher number 62, Aaron Liu. And now the starting lineup for your Toronto Blue Jays, managed by John Gibbons. Playing left field, number 53, Milky Cabrera. Batting second, playing center field, number 28, Colby Rasmus. Batting third, the right fielder, number 19, Jose Bautista. Batting fourth, playing first base, number 10, Edwin Encarnacio. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 26, Adam Lind. In the bullpen, catcher number 30, Deoner Navarro. Batting seventh, at third base, number 13, Rex Laurie. Batting eighth, at second base, number 17, Ryan Goins. The shortstop, number 1, Jonathan Diaz. And in the bullpen, Blue Jays starting pitcher, right-hander, number 29, Dustin McGowan. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, your 2014 Toronto Blue Jays. Boys and girls, we ask you to please rise and remove your caps as we pay tribute to the memory of two men the Blue Jays and baseball lost this offseason. Jorge Rivera was the Blue Jays' longest tenured scout. For over 25 years, he led the Blue Jays scouting operations in Puerto Rico and was instrumental in signing several Blue Jays players, including Carlos Delgado. Jorge passed away March 25th. This offseason, we also lost former Blue Jays manager Jim Fregosi. Jim spent over 50 years in the game he loved. He was a 6-time All-Star shortstop and won over 1,000 games in his 15 seasons as a manager. Jim Fregosi will be remembered by all for his great passion and commitment to baseball. Please join us in a moment of silence to remember these two gentlemen. Thank you. With us this evening to perform the national anthems, please welcome Second Lieutenant Scotty Newlands.
Oh, say, can you seek by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Carrying our flag tonight are members of the Canadian Armed Forces. The Blue Jays are proud to pay tribute to our forces who last month officially ended a 12-year mission in Afghanistan. Joining them are our Olympic and Paralympic athletes.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons' command. Atom falset for Philippine, he said, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Second Lieutenant Scotty Newlands. Blue Jays fans, please direct your attention to the video board for a special message.
Hey Toronto, I'm so excited to be back in the city, and I'm honored to retire as a Blue Jay. Thank you again for being such great fans.
It's great to see him back in a Blue Jays jersey. Please welcome Roy Halladay. Will be slowing on the ceremonial first pitch to Mark Burley. Doc, it's your pitch. And a strike for sure. Toronto, Roy Doc Halladay.
Rogers Center. It's the Blue Jays home opener, and a lot of festivities before this ball game. R.A. Dickey received his Gold Glove award before the game. 10 Canadian Olympians were honored before their game for their achievements in this past Olympics. And Roy Halladay is back in the house, Pat. One of the best pitchers to ever wear a Blue Jays uniform. He threw out the first pitch.
And the place is swelling with people. It's loud. They were going crazy, especially they were saving their best cheers for last when Roy Halladay came out and threw a strike to Mark Buehrle. There's nothing like opening day.
Roy Halladay retired as a Blue Jay. Of course, he came to the major leagues as a Blue Jays pitcher. Dustin McGowan takes the mound to take on the New York Yankees as the Blue Jays open up the home portion of their schedule. Different look for the Yankees this season. Only one regular in the opening day lineup from a year ago. Jacoby Ellsbury, top of the order, and Brett Gardner. Blue Jays know all about Brett Gardner. He's at .335 against the Jays with 5 homers and 26 RBIs, and he's not a home run hitter. Then down at the bottom of the order, everybody knows Ichiro Suzuki. Suzuki swinging a hot bat. He had 2 hits in last night's game. 7 for 14 against Dustin McGowan, tonight's starter for the Blue Jays. This is a different lineup for sure for New York.
Maybe not the Bronx Bombers like we have seen before in the past with New York, but a team that hasn't hit for their first 3 games. Still a very dangerous team that Dustin McGowan will be facing. He's been waiting for this night for a long time. Dustin McGowan was a first-round draft pick back in 2000. His career has been marred by a lot of injuries. He's missed 2009, 10, and 12. First big league starts in September of 2011. He got into 25 games last year out of the bullpen for the Toronto Blue Jays. In those 25 appearances, they were the most since 2007. He's excited. I think the Blue Jays are excited. And really, big question mark how he's going to do as the 5th starter for the Blue Jays here in April.
There's no question about his stuff. The question is whether or not he can maintain his stamina and durability and give them a complete season. Well, the defense has been sharp in the early going. In the outfield, it's Cabrera, Rasmus, and Bautista from left to right. On the infield, Brett Laurie and Jonathan Diaz on the left side, Ryan Goins and Edwin Encarnacion on the right side, and Leonardo Navarro in the early going. He has really been terrific behind the plate for the Blue Jays.
How about Jonathan Diaz? He was penciled in to start at Buffalo, an injury to Jose Reyes, and he comes here to the big leagues to get a start in front of this full house at shortstop. I talked to him today. He's very excited, but he looks like he's under control.
Spent 7 years as a Blue Jay minor leaguer, and he gets to open up the season here at Rogers Center at shortstop. Dustin McGowan's got to be fighting a few butterflies right now. 32-year-old. This is just his 5th start since 2008. Jacoby Ellsbury, the free agent that signed in the offseason, signed a 7-year contract with the Yankees. Here's the first pitch of the ball game, and it's in there. We are underway.
Well, there's no question that Dustin McGowan's got the great stuff, and we saw it at the end of spring training. It was almost like he just took it, that 5th starter spot with a great spring. He finished strong.
Sinking fastball is fouled off the bat of Ellsbury. McGowan ahead 0-2. Dustin McGowan dealt with the flu in the middle of the spring and then knocked him out of any kind of competition early on. But boy, did he come back strong.
He came on strong right at the end. His fastball's been crisp. His off-speed stuff has been very crisp.
There's that wicked slider, just missed downstairs, and Ellsbury wouldn't chase.
Blue Jays were very open about Dustin McGowan having a shot at that 5th starter spot. Came to spring training and said, okay, you know what, we'll build him up, we'll add his innings, and we'll just see what happens.
Missed with that pitch up and away with the fastball. There was an open competition for sure, but Dustin McGowan grabbed a hold of that 5th spot late. Brandon Morrow started last night against Tampa Bay. Drew Hutchison terrific in his first start. Hit high and deep to center field. Rasmus is back. He's at the track looking up. It's off the wall. Ellsbury is around second. He's going to stop there as Jacoby Ellsbury hits the leadoff double. That's his first hit of the season.
Well, let's take a look at what Dustin McGowan will feature when he is out on that mound. The fastball is his #1 pitch. It's a little bit high in 2013 because of his pitching out of the bullpen. His slider is outstanding. Opponents' average versus the slider last year, minimum of 100 thrown. He had the second best in all of baseball. They hit .042 against that slider. Something to watch here tonight. I think he's fighting himself, and he's probably very excited. He's going to have to take a deep breath, get through this first inning, and I think it'll be smooth sailing then.
This is where it's in the hands of his catcher. If he notices there's too much tension and excitement, Deanna Navarro's got to go out there and talk to him. Brett Gardner goes after the first pitch and hits it past Brett Laurie. Ellsbury had to wait to make sure that ball got through. He moves over to third base for the first two reach for New York. So Dustin McGowan gives up an opposite field base hit to Gardner.
Ball up, and it looked straight, too. He's going to have to get some movement on. You see Laurie is in, thinking that Brett Gardner might try and drag his way on. He just slashes it right by him.
Carlos Beltran, the right fielder, switch hitter, batting left-handed against Dustin McGowan. He's a .259 hitter against the Jays for his career. There's that slider in there for a strike. Beltran spent last year with the St. Louis Cardinals at .296, had 30 doubles, 24 home runs, and 84 RBIs.
Just a professional hitter. Situational hitter. He can drive in runs, hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Hits this ball in the air into center field. Diaz back. That ball's going to drop. It bounces away from Rasmus. Beltran gets an RBI. The Yankees have taken a 1-0 lead here in the first.
You were talking about the Yankee lineup, a little bit different in the past than the past. They don't have the power, but they've got some speed. Those first three guys in their lineup are going to cause a lot of trouble this year for the opposition. Ellsbury, Gardner, now Beltran. 3 straight hits to start this one.
The Yankees had just 7 hits in their game last night as they were able to salvage the final game of the 3-game series against Houston. They haven't been swinging the bats very well.
Yep.
Brian McCann, he too signed with the Yankees as a free agent.
They haven't hit a home run yet in the 3 games down in Houston, which is a bandbox, really. The Yankees did not hit a home run.
The Yankees set their sights on Brian McCann. They had a need behind the plate, and boy, his timing was perfect as a free agent. Breaking ball pulled foul. McCann is a 7-time All-Star and a 5-time Silver Slugger at catcher. And boy, is he tailor-made to play at home at Yankee Stadium.
They had one of the worst offensive team for a catcher last year in the American League. And as soon as he signed with the Yankees, I started figuring this guy's going to hit a ton of home runs in that ballpark.
0-2. There's a deep fly ball to center field. Rasmus is back. He's got room, makes the catch. Gardner tags at second. He moves to third. Beltran holds at first.
Honda opening night on Sportsnet. Brought to you by the 2014 Honda CR-V. Honda, proud to be the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
New York has taken a 1-0 lead on 3 hits or 1 out. Double play is in order. Runners at first and third. Mark Teixeira, the first baseman. Pitch just off the plate outside. Teixeira had 2 hits in 11 at-bats against the Astros in 3 games. Teixeira a year ago played in just 15 games.
Had the same wrist injury that Jose Bautista suffered a couple of years ago.
It sounded like he broke his bat, and that's going to fall in for a base hit. Gardner jogs home. Teixeira drives in the run. 2-0 New York. A couple of blue hits have contributed to the Yankees scoring in the first.
Well, right now the Yankees are on everything, and that's why you see Pete Walker out. But watch where these pitches are. That's an off-speed pitch. Stays over the middle of the plate. It has been belt high or thigh high. And big league hitters are going to hit those every single time. He's going to have to concentrate on getting the ball down just a little bit more. We told you that he was probably really excited about this start. It's his first start since September of 2011. And you got to figure that he amped up just a little bit, and that ball is rising in the strike zone on him.
Got to get the ball down. I don't care who you're pitching to. Even though Teixeira didn't hit it hard, it was up, so he was able to get the barrel on it and flared it into right. Kelly Johnson, the former Blue Jay, at the plate. He goes after the first pitch.
He's a dangerous hitter. 16 home runs last year, all of them off of right-handed pitching. He is up there looking to drive the ball into the gaps. And he's another one I think is going to benefit from playing in Yankee Stadium.
He had 235 a year ago when he hit those 16 home runs. That came with Tampa Bay. Goes after that pitch and fouls it into the seats. McGowan's been ahead of 3 hitters 0-2 in this inning, including the leadoff man. The Yankees, patient enough to take those close pitches, got back into count. 4 hits in the inning, 2 runs in. Breaking ball. Yankees showing a lot of patience, and this is what we saw in spring training. Even in spring training with all these new players, they've taken that patient approach. More veteran hitters, they have a tendency to know that they only have to hit strikes.
You got a great one in Brett Gardner at the top of the lineup with great speed. Same thing with Jacoby Ellsbury. These guys see a lot of pitches. They make you come to them.
1-2. On the ground, but fouled. McGowan looking for that ground ball. Keep it on the infield, maybe turn 2. Get out of this inning. Minimize the damage. Kelly Johnson now 32 years old. Started out his career with the Atlanta Braves. Just barely missed. That pitch tracker gives you a good idea of that strike zone, and McGowan could have used that pitch.
Yeah, a good spot. Looked like it was right off the plate. Teams in the past have been able to climb the ladder on Johnson to get the strikeout. Fastball in. A good sinker, though. You can get a ground ball.
Goes after that breaking ball and stays alive. You're right. After that last pitch, I think now's the time. Just take a shot upstairs, in and a half. See if you can't buzz it by him.
Well, look where everything has been on that pitch tracker. It was away, 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 down, 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 and change it up just a little bit on him. He has been susceptible to that fastball about letter high. He'll go after it, and he'll swing through it sometimes.
On the ground through the right side for a base hit. Teixeira's being stopped. Bautista's got a great arm. Teixeira's at second, and Kelly Johnson and the Yankees have got 5 hits in the opening frame.
Left-handed batter with 2 strikes is trying to protect the strike zone. So a slider, and you just speed his bat up just a little bit, and he bangs it through the right side. So a lot of high heat and then a little wrinkle breaking ball, and he hits it into right field.
Todd Redmond starts to loosen up. Redmond has yet to pitch in a game, and he was up early last night in St. Petersburg. Bautista directing traffic in the outfield. The Blue Jays are playing on basically a new surface. The playing surface here at Rogers Center was overhauled in the offseason. It is filled with sand and rubber particles in that plastic surface. and it's a little spongier than it was at the end of the year, and the ball has a tendency to bounce a little higher. And infield ground balls with topspin will kick up a little higher than they did at the end of the season last year.
And they'll pick up speed and shoot right through there. They put a ton of those little rubberized black pieces in that AstroTurf right there. If you dive, that's good, but if one of those things can get up in your eyes.
Ichiro Suzuki making his second consecutive start. That's a good pitch inside. Suzuki's hit well against Dustin McGowan. He's 7 for 14 in his career against the Jays righty. Suzuki is an extra outfielder on this Yankee team. The regulars are Gardner, Ellsbury, and Beltran. They also have Soriano, who wants to play in the outfield as well.
Got some thunder sitting on that bench tonight.
Ichiro swinging the bat very well. About midway through spring training, he really wasn't swinging the bat that well. He got hot at the end, and he's carried it into the start of this season. 2 for 4 last night. Ball and strike, foul straight back. This game is being broadcast live to Japan. Not just for Ichiro, but for the Major League debut of Masahiro Tanaka. It's 8:30 in the morning. That's the start time of this game in Japan on Saturday morning. And you can bet there is a big audience. Lots of media on hand from Japan.
Millions of people watching this game. Chance to watch Tanaka.
And they had the added benefit of seeing Ichiro. 1-2. Goes after that slider. What a job by Navarro. He smothered that ball in the dirt. Blue Jays pitchers have gained a lot of trust in Leonard Navarro's ability to block that nasty breaking ball.
So throw that slider. I told you that Dustin McGowan slider is really good. To get a player like Ichiro Suzuki, who does not strike out a lot, you could see him really get on top of that ball and drive it down underneath the bat. You have to have confidence in your catcher to bury that ball down in the dirt like that he's going to catch it. He does. Big out for McGowan.
Yankervis Solarte starting at second base tonight. There's Navarro flashing the sign from McGowan. Now there's set. Solarte is a switch hitter, and he's a super utility player. He got his season off to a great start. Made his first major league start at third base in last night's win down in Houston.
Got himself a multi-hit game.
His third hit was a pop-up on the infield. It fell untouched, and Ichiro Suzuki was able to score on that. Had a great spring. There was a heated competition for the backup infield role, and he won a spot on this roster with a great spring. 0-2. McGowan's had no problem getting ahead of the hitters. He's had problems finishing off the at-bats. Masahiro Tanaka will make his major league debut in the bottom half of this inning. And so far, he likes what he sees from his offense. 2 runs on 5 hits against McGowan. You're right, Pat. I just think McGowan is a little bit hyped up. Everything he's missing with is up. We saw him all spring long pound the bottom of the strike zone.
Down. And when you're excited like that, you want to rush just a little bit. That front side opens up, and the ball shoot away from you like that, up and away. What you want to do is take a deep breath right here. Slow your lower half down just a little bit.
Carlos Beltran had an RBI bloop hit. He stands at third. Mark Teixeira, he too drove in a run. Kelly Johnson had an RBI with a single to right. Bases loaded, full count, 2 outs. They'll be off on the pitch. There they go. Popped up. Should be playable. Encarnacion Goins calls him off and makes the catch McGowan strands the bases loaded. The Yankees have taken a 2-run lead and staked 25-year-old Masahiro Tanaka to a lead. Baseball has truly become an international sport. There's a Masahiro Tanaka fan with his jersey from Japan taking a picture to capture the moment as Tanaka makes his major league debut. Here's a look at the Blue Jays lineup. Top of the order, Melky Cabrera, a 3-11 hitter against the Yankees. He started out with the New York Yankees in the big leagues. Rasmussen and Jose Bautista. Bautista's off to a good start, and he has hit well against the Yankees. 18 homers in 64 career games against the New York Yankees. Edwin Encarnacion off to a slow start, and this lineup will get their first look at Masahiro Tanaka.
Yankees have been tracking him since 2007, his rookie season in Japan, and that is not a misprint, those numbers right there. He was 24-0 last year in the Japan League with a 127 earned run average. Followed that up with a pretty decent spring with the Yankees, 5 official spring appearances, 2-0. This guy hasn't lost like in 2 years.
Masahiro Tanaka. Breaking ball off the outside edge. Yeah, he looks great, and he is motivated, obviously, trying to bounce back from a disappointing season a year ago. They're caused basically by the back problem.
Well, he has always been able to hit.
And a drive deep to right. Ichiro looking up. This one is gone. Melky Cabrera.
You know, if you miss your spot in the American League East in these ballparks against these lineups, you're going to get lit up. And that's exactly what Melky Cabrera does to Masahiro Tanaka. Welcomes him to the American League East. Breaking ball up. And that one's not coming back. He looks good, quick. That'll get the crowd back into it.
Giving Mark Burley a big hug, and he has looked good all spring long. Colby Rasmus, he goes after the first pitch and bounces it toward first. Tanaka gets to the bag, and Rasmus is retired. Boy, Melky Cabrera had a terrific round of BP, and he carried it right into his first at bat.
He was hitting line drives all over the ballpark, right back through the middle, and says, you know what, if you're going to put one up in my wheelhouse, I am going to take you deep. And that's his first big league hitter that he faces. And he gives up a long one to Melky Cabrera.
Second career leadoff home run hit by Melky Cabrera. His first leadoff home run came last May 24th against the Orioles. Jose Bautista. There's a breaking ball that finds the strike zone. I asked several of the Blue Jays hitters what they want to do against a pitcher they've not faced before. Bautista's answer was hit strikes.
That's the first thing you want to do, and I think you can't go chasing that splitter. He's got two different types of split finger fastballs. One that he can throw for a strike early in the count, and when he gets to 2 strikes, throws it a little bit harder and throws it out of the strike zone and keeps it down. I think that's what you're talking about with Jose. Make sure he throws strikes.
Well, there's that splitter. It's hard. 87 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was talking with Adam Lind about that, and he said there's not a lot of difference in miles per hour between the good splitter and the good fastball, so you can't really sit on that splitter because it looks like a fastball.
1-2. Breaking ball called strike 3. Bautista wasn't sure. Checks with Lance there behind the plate. Take a look at the defense behind Tanaka. In the outfield, lots of speed with Gardner, Ellsbury, Ichiro Suzuki in and right. The infield is Kelly Johnson, Dean Hanna making his first major league start at shortstop. Solarte is the second baseman. Gold Glover at first is Mark Teixeira, and Ryan McCann, the 7-time All-Star, is behind the plate.
How about the middle of the lineup? Last year it was Derek Jeter and Robbie Cano. Tonight for opening day, Dean Anna at shortstop was in the minor leagues all of last year, and Solarte, the second baseman in the minor leagues all of last season.
Neither one of them was in the organization. They have turned it over dramatically. Last year, opening day up the middle, it was Eduardo Nunez starting at shortstop and Robinson Cano at second. Well, you're right about the similarity between his fastball and his split. You can see Tanaka looking around the ballpark trying to find the scoreboard so he reminded himself of the count.
Right behind you, that big thing out in center field.
1-2. Cut on and missed. 2 strikeouts for Tanaka in his first big league inning. Dustin McGowan is back in the game because of the home run by Melky Cabrera. His first of the season, deep to right center.
Festivities on Sportsnet. Brought to you by Home Hardware. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Opening night, it's the Honda opening night right here at Rogers Center. Melky Cabrera hit his first home run of the season, and he looks into his teammates and say, "Vamos, let's go, boys. We got to turn things around." It's a one-run game. Yanks lead 2-1. Much better pitch right there. First pitch to Dean Anna. His first big league at bat is over on one pitch.
Yeah, he stayed on top of that ball a little bit better. In the first inning, it looked like he was getting on the side of the baseball and it was staying up high. But then after he gave up a couple of hits, then there was a blooper and a bleeder. They found a little hole, broken bat by Teixeira. So maybe Dustin McGowan has found something here. If that first pitch this inning is any indication, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's got to be down in the zone. He's got terrific movement on his fastball, but he was just a little bit up more than he wanted to be in the first inning. Leadoff man. Jacoby Ellsbury takes one downstairs. Ellsbury hit a double off the wall in center. Came around to score the first Yankee run. Hits this one hard, and that's going to drop. That may have been off the end of the bat, broke his bat as well. A little bit more of a looping liner.
Yeah, they got the double to Ellsbury to lead off the game, and Gardner found a hole, Beltran found a hole, Teixeira broke his bat, Johnson found a hole. And this one, good pitch. Stay down there, you're not going to get hurt. He shatters the bat of Ellsbury, and he just lobs it into left field for a hit. Nothing you can do about that.
Double plays in order. Good speed here, and the Yankees have a little different dimension in that department this season with Gardner at the plate, Ellsbury at first. They can both run.
I think that's the biggest difference between the Yankees last year and the Yankees this year. They might not be the Bronx Bombers, but they certainly are the Bronx Blazers. They can run at the top of the lineup. Ellsbury, 52 stolen bases last year for Boston.
52 of 56. He led the American League in stolen bases. Joe Girardi has seen his team turned over dramatically from last year to this. 2-1 ball game. The Yankees have 6 hits. Ellsbury looks edgy at first.
He's always a threat to go. He has been bothered somewhat by a calf injury that he sustained in spring training. Slowed him down for just a little bit. Missed a couple of games in spring training, but he says he's fine now.
Well, you just never know with those types of injuries, and we have seen it happen. It happened with Reyes. He had a spring training injury, and then that turned into a disabling injury after his first at bat of the season.
And playing on this turf, everybody talks about it all the time. Teams come in here, they want to give guys rest because of this turf. It's tough to run on. You stop and you start so quickly, it can really jar your muscles.
Ball and a strike. Upstairs again. McGowan, after starting out this inning down, has worked his way up.
Yeah, 2 really good pitches, one to Anna to get the out, and a good pitch then also to Ellsbury. He's a good hitter, gets a hit, now everything's back up.
Ellsbury came into this game hitless in 7 at bats. He's already 2 for 2 tonight. There he goes. Pitches upstairs, and it's a high throw into center. Rasmus with a good job of backing up the play to make sure Ellsbury didn't advance to third.
Well, you just knew that he was going to try and steal second base. Got a great jump off of McGowan with the high leg kick. Really not much that Morrow can do here, but it goes through 3 people. Diaz, Goins, and thank goodness Colby Rasmus heads up play backing up second base.
Yeah, sometimes you just assume it's going to be a good throw and you don't really back up the play, but Rasmus did a good job getting a break on that throw into center. He was able to keep Ellsbury at second. 3 balls and a strike to Brett Gardner. Carlos Beltran is on deck. Gardner showed bunt. I don't think he had any intention of bunting. He was hoping it was going to be ball 4.
I think he was taking all the way that 3-1 pitch. And why not change the strike zone by trying to drag a bunt?
Yankees won 14 of the 19 games these two clubs played a year ago. The Blue Jays are going to have to turn those numbers around. Full count, 1 out.
Yeah, they whiffed against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium last year.
0-10 in New York. Things were so bad in New York, the Blue Jays have changed hotels. Cut on and miss. Gardner strikes out. McGowan's second strikeout of the night.
And it comes at a great time. Right there. Keep that speed off the base. Last time he poked the ball to left field. Comes up empty this time.
Carlos Beltran is the DH. At an RBI loop single into center his first time up. Just off the plate outside. Beltran is now 36 years old. He signed a 3-year free agent contract back in December. Boy, he's been a terrific player for a long time. Signed with the Kansas City Royals in 1995 out of Puerto Rico. Made it to the big leagues in '98.
Biggest thing that I remember about Carlos Beltran was the playoff series he had that he really cashed in on when he was with Houston.
2004, he hit .455 for the Astros in that playoff series. Jonathan Diaz made a nice play. A little short hopper that he was able to glove. Beltran turned that great postseason into a lucrative contract.
With the Mets, there's the daylight play. That means if a shortstop or second baseman breaks to the bag and you see daylight as the pitcher between the fielder and the runner, just turn and throw the ball right to the bag. He'll be there.
Off speed pitch, pull foul. Beltran's postseason numbers. 2004 in the division series against the Braves, he was 10 for 22, .455. He had 4 home runs and drove in 9. And then against the Cardinals, he hit .417 with 4 home runs and 5 RBIs.
Huge. And then left to go to the Mets.
Cashed in. Downstairs. Beltran has driven in 100 runs 7 times in his career. Most recently back in 2008 with the Mets. Of course, he was teammates of Jose Reyes at that time. There's a drive to right. This is trouble if it's fair. But it's foul into that third deck.
Boy, the breaking ball really sped the bat up of Beltran, but it was up. Dustin McGowan is not getting these hitters to reach for the ball. There's the defense on the turf with 2 outs, second baseman playing deep.
Remember how we always talk about the American League East, and especially the RBI guys. If you throw them a breaking ball in the strike zone with 2 strikes, they're going to hit it hard.
That's right. We saw that from Kelly Johnson in the first inning.
2-2 pitch. He reaches for it and chops it toward third. Should be an easy play for Lauren. And it is. Dustin McGowan puts up a 0 in the top half of the second. Tanaka has a major league inning under his belt. He is 25 years old. And we went back and had a look at some of the other prominent Japanese pitchers and how they have fared in their rookie season.
How about Daisuke Matsusaka with 15 wins in 2007? Hideo Nomo won 16 games. And then Yu Darvish, outstanding last year. Led the league in strikeouts, won 16 ball games. I think watching Tanaka, I think he's a cross between Daisuke and Yu Darvish. Big, strong, he's a strikeout pitcher. He's got the great split finger fastball like all those pitchers have right there. He's going to get his share of strikeouts.
The difference between Tanaka and those three pitchers is Tanaka has never really gotten the acclaim up until last year. He was always kind of second fiddle to other pitchers, even as far back as high school. 2013 WBC, he was basically the second starter on Team Japan. Kenta Maeda was the ace, and he was thought to be the more dominant pitcher, but Tanaka has proved that to be untrue. 24-0 a year ago, including a championship. Adam Lynn is off to a good start. Big 3-run home run in his first at-bat of the season. That came against Alex Cobb in the first of Game 2. Bounced up the middle. Nice play by Dean Anna. This is a big deal in Japan, and there are two TV broadcasts. Let's listen in to NHK. So Taguchi is doing the color.
ちゃんとシフトを敷いてますからね。大丈夫だと思います。田中投手本人としては自分の頭の上を抜けていったんでセンター前かなっていう感覚はあると思うんですけども、上から見てる我々からすると飛んだ瞬間に誰かが取るだろうっていうようなシフトですよね。
それだけもうたくさんいましたからね。6番のナバーロです。カーブですね。カブスから今シーズン移ってきましたディオナー・ナバーロ。かつてはヤンキースでもプレーしています。
That was a live broadcast going to Japan. So Taguchi is the color analyst on that broadcast, and of course he played with the Cardinals. 7 years in the big leagues, and he had a big postseason in 2006 for St. Louis. He is just starting out on his TV career. Deanna Navarro pulls a base hit to the right side of the infield. An 0-2 base hit. He has had the best approach at the plate with 2 strikes so far this season for the Jays.
He has spent some time with Kevin Seitzer, and talking to Seitzer before the game today, I was talking about the team's 2-strike approach. It's night and day from last year, and he said, we're going to get better. Our guys are working at that. They're cutting down their swing, and they're making good contact when they get the 2 strikes.
Kevin Seitzer is pleased with the work ethic. He just knows it's a matter of time before everything clicks offensively for his hitters. Brett Lawrie 1 for 14 in the Tampa Rays series. Breaking ball off the plate. Again, all of these hitters are seeing Tanaka for the first time, and they don't really have an awful lot of information on him at all.
They have the scouting report in paper form, if you will, what he'll throw, when he'll throw it. But it's tough when you don't have the video that you need to see the type of break, to see what he'll do in certain situations. It's one thing to say, okay, yeah, he's going to throw me a splitter, but I want to see how hard that thing breaks. Does he have 2 different types of splitters, which he does? How fast is his fastball?
And Lawrie fights it up. Kevin Seitzer likes to put video together for his scouting report, and he'll do that for his hitters in the first game of the series. For instance, today he would go over the entire staff, pitchers, starters in the game, and the relievers. And you can see Ari Dickey was interested in Seitzer's evaluation of Tanaka. Lawrie with a 1-2 count. Stays alive. But Seitzer hasn't really had the ability to put together that consistent scouting report. He likes to show pitchers throwing to a lefty and a righty, so his hitters can visualize what they will see when they get in the box against the opposing pitcher.
Get that video so you can have an idea what they're trying to do to you. Tanaka pitched. I watched him pitch a game this spring on television and was impressed with his splitter.
Up the middle, true for a base hit. Brett Flory comes up with a 2-strike hit. Missed a game? Looking for highlights? Check out the Blue Jays in 60 seconds on sportsnet.ca after the game.
Another good 2-strike approach by the Blue Jays there. A lot of breaking balls from Tanaka. Brett Laurie, a little out of sorts down in Tampa, gets the homestand off to a good start. Breaking ball, stay back. Do you see how he stayed back on that ball and was looking for that ball on the outside part of the plate and squared it up?
I think Kevin Seitzer's done a good job of giving each of his hitters a game plan. And they're all different for all the hitters, of course, as he tailor-makes those game plans. Ryan Goins, the second baseman, looking for his first hit of the season. He's 0 for 11 so far. Yankees lead at 2-1. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Gianna Navarro's at second, had a single through the right side of the infield. Brett Laurie went up the middle for his single. First and second, 1 out. You got to imagine that Ryan Goins a little anxious to get that first
Sure.
hit. Everybody has been talking, well, we know he can play defense. Is he going to hit on the major leagues? Well, you don't have to get all your hits in the first week of the season.
Yeah, and it's not so much that first hit. I think he wants to prove that he can hit. And he's got enough talent. He showed that he could do a decent job last year offensively.
Drives this one down the left side, but well fouled.
And Ryan will be fine. You know, the start of the season, you always want to get a hit, get that first hit out of the way, get the first home run, get the first RBI out of the way. So you've got some crooked numbers up on that board when you look up there.
It is the Honda home opener, and it's a packed house, sold out crowd here at Rogers Stadium. Yankees are in for a 3-game series. Saturday and Sunday, both day games. 0-2. Took a close pitch.
You can see on pitch tracker that it looked like it might have been high enough, and it caught some of the plate, but it was moving so much. Tough for Brian McCann to handle that one.
Again, McCann is catching Tanaka in a game for the first time, and things are different once you get into the regular season. Pulled on the ground. Teixeira waits on it. Goes to second and hits the runner. Romero got the stop sign. He was headed home, but Brett Gardner, the left fielder, has a terrific arm. And he came in anticipating the possibility of a bad throw.
Backed up the play, what you're supposed to do. Whenever the ball's hit, everybody should be moving, and Brett Gardner gets himself into position. I thought Teixeira, who is a Gold Glove type of first baseman, would have just gotten the out over at first base. Just get the out and face the number 9 hitter, but he tries to get the out in the middle of the diamond. Throws the ball over the bag instead of over the shoulder of the runner. It is an error, and the bases are loaded.
Fielder's choice error on the first baseman. Jonathan Diaz. 1 for 5. His first big league hit came against the Rays. There's his second big league hit. 1 run is in. Laurie's getting the wave home. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Jonathan Diaz, a 2-run single, and the Jays have taken the lead.
Well, if he's nervous playing in his first home opener in the big leagues, he's not showing it. He looks very comfortable in the field and at the dish, not wasting any time. He knew batting ninth, Bases loaded. Tanaka's got to come to him first pitch, and he is waiting for it. 2-run single, and the Jays take the lead.
Jonathan Diaz giving Dustin McGowan the lead. Melky Cabrera's at the plate. He's homered already tonight. One out. McCann not wasting any time going out to the mound to try to help out his pitcher.
They look at those scouting reports. They know that Melky Cabrera had a great spring. Most hits in baseball, if I believe, in the spring. He carried that right into the regular season.
Melky had 30 hits in spring training. Came to the big leagues with the New York Yankees in 2005. Pulled on the ground just outside of first. Melky Cabrera, parts of 5 seasons with the Yankees. He left New York after the 2009 season, played a year in Atlanta, a year in Kansas City, and a year in San Francisco before coming here, signing a 2-year contract.
He has always been able to hit. Really came together when he was in Kansas City, put together a big year when he was with the Royals.
Hit .305 that year when Kevin Seitzer was his hitting coach. A career high 18 home runs. 1-1 way outside. Blue Jays are getting a pretty good look at Masahiro Tanaka, and he has been up.
Yeah, and the information that they are putting is Mark Teixeira is coming off the field. Talking to Steve Donahue and Joe Girardi.
Mark Teixeira twisted his ankle on the turf pursuing that ball that was foul. He hobbled back to his position, and then after a pitch or two, he's taken himself out of the game, and now the Yankees have to juggle things up, and you can see the frustration on his face. Steve Donahue, the trainer, walking him off the field into the clubhouse. But he went into foul ground, caught his spikes in the turf, and now Joe Girardi is going over the lineup change. Watch how he catches his spike, and then he comes up limping. It looked like his right leg, and he walked back to his position with a limp.
So the rotation that Joe Girardi is going to have now. Brian Roberts is going to come in to play second base. Solarte is going to shift over to third, and then KJ is going to move over to first base. And then here's the pitch, what happened after the pitch.
You know, initially it looked like he kind of grabbed the back of his leg like it might be a hamstring. Dean Anna is playing catch with Brian Roberts, who has come in to play second base. Roberts, the veteran, formerly of the Baltimore Orioles, is the second baseman. With that, Solarte moves from second to third. Kelly Johnson moves over to first base from third. That's the one concern you have about the New York Yankees. Will their age catch up to them and lead to injuries? Solarte's at third, started out at second base. That's not what Joe Girardi had on his mind for the first of this series. First game here of 3. Rare fouls off the outside pitch.
Yeah, especially since he is resting some of his regulars. Derek Jeter, Alfonso Soriano, Brian Roberts getting the night off until that.
Joe Girardi said Derek Jeter would play every day if I let him, but I have to be prudent. Alfonso Soriano is 0 for 12, and it has nothing to do with his batting average. He just knows these players are older, and they're playing 13 straight to start the season. Cabrera strikes out.
Well, one thing I think the Blue Jay hitters, what they're gathering the information, a lot of off-speed pitches from Tanaka, especially when he gets himself into trouble. He's going to use a slider. He's also got a cut fastball and that great split.
Colby Rasmus bounced out to first in his first at bat. Makes that breaking ball right on the outside corner. Tough pitch on the first pitch of an at bat. Just can't go after that pitch.
Jays struggle with runners in scoring position down in Tampa. Good start here tonight with that base hit by Jonathan Diaz. How about another one?
Rasmus swings right through it. Good crowd on hand for the Honda home opener here. First of 3 against the New York Yankees. The Blue Jays had a 5-4 record against New York here in this ballpark a year ago. Upstairs.
Show me pitch. Got to lay off of that one. The Yankees have pitched Colby Rasmus for 2 years. When he gets the 2 strikes up there, that high fastball, you just have to lay off of it.
Foul tipped into the glove of the catcher. Tanaka strikes out 2 in the second. He has 4 on the night, but the Blue Jays, on the strength of Jonathan Diaz' 2-run single, have taken the lead 3-2 after 2 at Rogers Center. Atmosphere here in Rogers Center on the home opener. The Yankees won 85 games a year ago, but finished 12 games back in the AL East, and with that they had a open wallet in the offseason.
Yeah, didn't we hear before the season, the offseason, that the Yankees, they want to get that payroll down? Not happening. Brian McCann, 85. Jacoby Ellsbury was the one that really blew me away when I saw that one. Good player. They opened up the vault.
Ellsbury signed right away, which was unusual because he was represented by Scott Boras. Boras generally takes his free agents to the end of a free agent signing period. McCann, coming out of Atlanta, got a 5-year, $85 million deal.
All great moves, I think, by the Yankees. I mean, they needed some star power.
McCann drives it to center field. Rasmus ranging back, hauls it in. One down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. John Rodriguez was not available for the last Blue Jay game down there. He had left the club to be with his wife, who was expecting their 4th child. Obviously, he's back in the ballpark tonight. This is Brian Roberts, who came in the ballgame defensively, taking over for the injured Mark Teixeira. As soon as we get a report on the update of Teixeira, we'll pass it along. Roberts is a switch hitter. That's a pretty good pitch, but it drifted off the plate outside. It had much better movement and a much better pitch, even though it was a ball.
Stayed on top that one a lot better than some of the fastballs that he threw in the first inning. Stayed on it, drove it down.
Inside off the plate.
You know, he can cut his fastball also. You and I went out to the minor league complex to watch him throw his second to last start in spring training, and he was cutting his fastball. It was moving a lot, so I think that's going to be a big pitch for him.
Well, that's a great fastball right there at 94 in a perfect spot. McGowan had a little trouble in the first. He gave up 2 runs on 5 hits, but he minimized the damage. He stranded the bases loaded. Took a shot at that outside corner. Full count. Roberts signed a 1-year contract as a free agent. Signed that on January 14th. The number he wears on his back. McGowan let him get away. A 1-out walk.
The 2014 Honda CR-V. Honda, proud to be the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Good crowd on hand today. Sold out Rogers Center for the Honda home opener. Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon games to follow. Kelly Johnson, an RBI single, his first time up. Takes strike 1. They took a long look down at Rob Thompson, the third base coach. Roberts can run. He's a guy that has always been a base stealing threat. Not going here.
Yeah, in the past I would say he was a base stealing threat, but hasn't really run a lot lately because of the injuries. Had the neck problem a couple of years ago.
Hasn't played a lot because of the injuries. 77 games a year ago. That was the most he had played in 4 seasons for the Orioles. Ball and a strike. Way outside. There are the numbers. 278 steals. That's the 4th most active stolen bases behind Ichiro Suzuki, Carl Crawford, and Sean Figgins. 4th among active players in stolen bases. There he goes. Got a great jump. Cut on and missed.
Boy, he timed that one up, didn't he?
He's one of the best I've ever seen at doing that. He reads the pitcher very well. Sometimes he gets such a big jump, he stops. But he can read when the pitcher is going. Watch how he bounces off first.
He just timed it. And what will happen, pitchers will get into a routine where they deliver the ball in the same sequence. So as a runner at first base, you can count 1001, 1002, 1003 and go. That's why you have to vary your holds with runner on base. Quick pitch him if you have to. Hold it for a long time so they don't do what Brian Roberts just did to him.
He's really good at stealing third base. He really focuses in on the back of the pitcher's head. He is the son of Mike Roberts, who was formerly the baseball coach at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And Brian has been around the game his entire life. Breaking ball. Johnson strikes out. McGowan has 3 strikeouts.
That's that high pitch that you can go up with 2 strikes against Kelly Johnson. Looked like a breaking ball that backed up on him and he just swung right underneath it.
That's a very effective pitch, the backup slider. You see the slider spin and you anticipate it's going to break, and it goes the other way. Ichiro Suzuki struck out on a slider his first time up. Ichiro, of course, very popular in Japan, and he is still an iconic player, and came to the Yankees last year, put up a pretty good second half to his season. There was some thought that the Yankees might release him in spring training.
Clearly not the player he was 10 years ago, but he's still a dangerous guy. Lots of experience. And his type of swing, he can play forever. He's in great shape. And the type of swing, he just meets the ball. Put it in play.
There's that backup slider again. Just gets underneath it, and you don't impart that tight spin, and it'll actually go the other way. But it can be very effective. Hitters will see the spin and anticipate that it's going to come into them.
And anticipate it's going to break just a little bit more.
One and two. There is nothing wrong with McGowan's stuff at all. We have seen a good fastball all spring long. When you and I saw him pitch at the Bobby Maddox complex down in Dunedin, he had a terrific slider.
He is up to 63 pitches already. 77 on Sunday, and he's good for around 90 tonight.
Ichiro does that as well as anybody in the game. Spoils a tough pitch right on the outside corner, and he is in full stride, but he still has the ability to take that bat head and just flip it and foul it off.
Keeps his hands back. Stay back. The lower half might be leaking out, and almost like he's getting a running start over to first base, but he keeps his hands back. He's able to keep the at bat alive.
Two-two pitch. Well, he'll make you pay attention in that third base dugout, won't he? Chris Joyner, the strength and conditioning coordinator for the Blue Jays, and Mark Burley says, I'm a Gold Glover, but I'm out of here.
Yeah, I don't have my glove with me.
Blue Jays have a 3-2 lead. Yankees are batting in their half of the third. Another pitch, another foul. Ichiro Suzuki is the fourth in the active batting average category. Coming into this game, Joe Mauer leads. Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, and then Ichiro Suzuki with a .319 batting average as we speak. That's for his career. Full count, 2 outs. Aaron Loop loosening up. We're only in the third, but Pat mentioned the pitch count. It's 63 already. And Ichiro's doing his part to elevate that pitch count.
Fouling off some really tough pitches. Keeping the at bat alive.
Bounced off home plate. They're going to have to hurry. Goins does and gets him. Ryan Goins with those shortstop hands playing second base made a good play. Looks like they're going to ask for a replay. Ichiro out of the box with that running start. Goins quickly to first. It's bang, bang. Dana DeMute, the first base umpire, rings him up. And for the moment, Dustin McGowan is out of the inning.
And out of the dugout. They have to stay on the field If Joe Girardi has got the thumbs up from Tony Pena, so it looks like they're going to challenge.
And now they're trying to locate the headset. Remember, this has been introduced into the game this season, and they're taking the headsets to the umpires.
At the end of an inning, a manager must leave the dugout immediately to hold the defense. Then he has 30 seconds to challenge. A little different than what we saw yesterday.
Well, what happened yesterday was Heath Bell got on the mound and the batter stepped in. There's Ichiro at first, and watch the ball strike the glove. Ichiro's foot is on the bag, and he is safe. We're going to get a chance to see that, and a wrinkle in this replay is the fact that the fans in the ballpark will get to see the replay that led to the call being determined.
I think they're just realizing, too, that Ichiro actually beat that play before it got into the glove of Edwin. Watch it one more time. Just watch the foot as soon as it hits the bag and where the ball is. He's on the bag now, and it's not in. So McGowan's going to have to stay out there.
And you can see there's the signal from the crew chief, Danny DeMuth, and Joe Girardi wins his appeal. So he will still have another appeal. And he gets Ichiro a hit. Tony Pena got the information from the Yankees video room.
It happened very quickly. You got to get on top of it, and you can see Tony Pena, the bench coach, got the message from inside, gives the thumb up, and then Girardi says, "Okay, I'd like to challenge it." That's the one aspect that I've been very surprised about. All the challenges that have been, I guess you'd call them missed. People challenge, and then they've been upheld by the umpire.
Well, I think we talked about that all spring long. How, in the end, this instant replay is going to show how good the umpires are. Not going to be as many calls overturned with this instant replay as one might think. John Gibbons himself was told that in the big leagues, a team generally has on average one call every 12 games go against you. So when you think of it, how many games are played over the course of a season, that the umpires are pretty good at what they do. So Ichiro, he has an infield single on the play. Brian Roberts goes to third, and now Navarro is going to step out in front of home. This is the first and third defense, and gives the middle infielder, gives the infielders an idea what Navarro is going to do. Yeah. Should that runner at first, Ichiro, break toward second.
He's just telling the infielders where he's going to throw the baseball. Ichiro, a stolen base threat.
And there's Solarte. He popped up with the bases loaded to end the first. Two outs. Breaking ball in there. That evens the count at a ball and a strike. Yankees had made McGowan work. Solarte is from Venezuela. Upstairs, not close.
Well, I really like what Joe Girardi's done with his lineup tonight. Told you that the slider that McGowan is throwing, last year they hit .042 against it. He has loaded his lineup with 9 left-handed hitters, trying to negate that slider, take that away from McGowan, so it's not much of a weapon.
Q1, there goes Ichiro. The ball is driven high and deep to right. Bautista's back. Rasmus giving chase. That lands on the warning track and bounces off the wall. One run is in. Roberts scores. Right behind him, it's Ichiro Suzuki, and the Yankees have retaken the lead. So the replay overturned at first base, kept the inning alive, and the Yankees took advantage of it. Ichiro initially was called out at first base. He was proved to be safe, and then Solarte delivers a 2-run double. That knocks McGowan out of the game. As a runner at second, that's Solarte, who had a 2-run, 2-out double. Yankees 2 runs here in there, half of the third, have taken a 4-3 lead.
Mentioned all the left-handed batters that Joe Girardi has loaded up in his lineup tonight. That's why you get the lefty in here, there in Loop. He was flawless when he made his season debut a couple of nights ago.
Loop retired all 5 batters he faced in that outing against Tampa Bay. Throws that breaking ball off the plate. When you have a lineup stacked against you with left-handers, and if you have to make a pitching change, the first thing you want to do is bring a lefty in. So if Joe Girardi then goes to his bench, you're going to eliminate some bench players. They've already had to use Brian Roberts. They are now just 3 deep on their bench. Dean Anna, originally drafted by the San Diego Padres, 26th round out of Ball State, Indiana.
And played for
John Gibbons.
John Gibbons a couple of years ago in Double-A in San Antonio.
Ball and a strike. Jammed and popped over the Blue Jays dugout out of play. Dean Anna led the Pacific Coast League last year when he played at Tucson Triple-A for the Padres. He had .331, had 38 doubles and 5 triples.
Can play shortstop, can play second base, a little third. Got a nice little short swing.
Navarro wants to go through another set of signs. And he said, that was my fault. Let's go again. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Yankees have scored 4 runs on 8 hits. Blue Jays 3 runs on 4 hits. Took a shot at that outside corner. Blue Jays split the 4 games with the Tampa Bay Rays in their season opening series in St. Petersburg. Had a chance to win that series in the final game. They were up 2-1 in the series. Strike 3 call. Luke comes in and does his job. He strikes out Dean Anna to end the inning, but the Yankees have taken a 1-run lead. get unlimited access to over 100 of the world's best magazines on your tablet. Baseball fans, sign up at nextissue.ca/baseball and get an extended 60-day free trial, so check it out. The Yankees have regained the lead. They scored 2 in the first, and now 2 in the top half of the third. They needed 4-3. Masahiro Tanaka, 25-year-old free agent Japanese pitcher, making his major league debut tonight in front of a packed house. It's the Honda home opener here at Rogers Center. So the Blue Jays will try to tie it up. Jose Bautista, he's capable of doing that with one swing of the bat.
Same guy behind him could do the same thing.
That's a big breaking ball right there. McCann got crossed up. They're going to go out and talk, and it's interesting because with nobody on base, you would expect they would use one sign.
Well, he's got so many pitches. I don't think Brian McCann has enough fingers to put down for as many pitches as Tanaka has.
That ball had a lot of break, and that's one thing that Tanaka's a little concerned about at the start of the season. The different baseball he's using here in the major leagues. You can see indeed that McCann is giving a series of signs with all the video scouting that goes on today. You want to try to camouflage your signs, but the Major League Baseball is slightly bigger than the baseball they use in Japan, and it's also a little slicker, and he says he has a bigger break on his breaking ball and more movement on his splitter with this baseball. There are several different adjustments that the Japanese pitchers in particular have to make, and another one is the mound. In Japan, the mound landing area is very soft and they actually slide, and that's what they prefer.
How about instead of throwing once every 7 days, it's once every 5 days here in the States?
That's an adjustment for sure. The landing area here in the major leagues is all clay, and most pitchers like to have the stability of knowing that foot's not going to move. There's another splitter taken downstairs. It's a full count. Bautista leading things off here in the bottom of the third. Edwin Encarnacion struck out back in the first. That ended the first inning. He's on deck. Bautista pulls it foul. Scott Carson, our stats man, has just informed me that Mark Teixeira, the Yankees first baseman, left the ball game with a right hamstring strain. So he did reach back at the back of his hamstring when he called Steve Donahue, the trainer, out.
Saw that right away. Just grabbed at him. So Girardi making the move to get Teixeira out of the game.
Bautista, big rip, and hits it a mile high. Solarte coming down from third, gets there, and Bautista's retired with one out. Barry Davis has a special guest.
All right, thanks a lot, Buck. We were with Barry Holt, the Vice President of Finance for Honda Canada. Barry, first of all, tell us about Honda's involvement with the Blue Jays and opening night here.
Honda and the Blue Jays partnership dates back over 30 years. So we're thrilled this season to be back as the official vehicle sponsor and the official sponsor of this great night, the Honda home opener.
And there's some pretty cool prizes that fans can end up walking home with tonight. Tell us a little bit about the giveaway later in the game.
One lucky fan tonight is going to walk out of here with a 2014 Honda CR-V, made right here in Ontario alongside the Civic, Canada's #1 selling passenger car the last 16 years. We're very excited about what we have later on in the year, too, with product giveaways, special Canada Day event, and our continued sponsorship of the Blue Jays Super Kings.
So some people may walk out of here with a foul ball, but one person's going to walk out of here with a brand new 2014 CR-V. Buck?
Thank you, Barry. That's a very interesting conversation with a gentleman from Honda, and it's always a great relationship. I can remember when I first came here, Blue Jays were involved with Honda, and we all got Hondas to drive. Pretty terrific benefit of playing for the Blue Jays.
You always knew a ball player was driving down the street because of their little white Honda with the Blue Jay emblem on the doors.
Well, it was a nice perk, especially early on when we didn't really know an awful lot about coming to Canada and playing, that when you got here they handed you the keys to a Honda.
I was jealous of you. I really was. When I came here as a visiting player and I saw you guys got your own car, wow.
3-1 pitch to Encarnacion, drilled deep to left field. Gardner back at the wall, off the wall. Encarnacion is hustling towards second. Here's the throw. He's in there with a head first slide.
Edwin has struggled just a little bit coming out of the gate here this season, kind of like he did last year. Felt like he was loading up just a little bit too much, getting a little bit deep when he starts his swing. So they've taken the load out just a little bit. You see, nice and easy, and use your hands, and he comes about 5 feet from hitting his first home run of the season. Hustling into second base with a head first slide. Extra base hit for Edwin.
His second double of the season. Both of his hits have been doubles. Adam Lynn grounded out to the shortstop his first time up. Well, you can see the Blue Jays are anxious to really kind of check out Tanaka. Nobody's up there with a real wild first swinging approach. Just want to see what they're dealing with.
He hasn't thrown a lot of breaking balls for strikes.
Bounced off home plate. How important is it for the hitters in this lineup for the Blue Jays to communicate to one another during the course of this game about Tanaka?
You see it all the time. First couple of guys in the batting order will take a couple of pitches, and once their at bat is over, they'll go right to their teammates and tell them, hey, the breaking ball is really good. You can see the splitter come out of his hand, or you can see his fastball. They'll communicate the whole game, and they'll keep asking each other, hey, what does he have? What does he have?
Then pulls that one foul. Tanaka has good command when he's on his game. You can see where that last pitch was, right on the inside corner. I saw Masahiro Tanaka in March of 2013 during the World Baseball Classic. He was pitching for Team Japan in Tokyo. He had one start, and he came into one game as a reliever. He actually wasn't the ace of that pitching staff. It was Kenta Maeda. And it's kind of the way it's been throughout his career, even going back to high school. He wasn't the best high school pitcher in Japan. There was a young pitcher named Yuki Saito, who was the #1 high school prospect that matched up against Tanaka in the Koshien High School Baseball Tournament. And if you think baseball is big in North America, the Koshien High School Baseball Tournament is compared to March Madness. It has that kind of appeal to the fan base. It's a big deal.
Well, he must have done something right, because he set the record for most strikeouts in a high school career. He broke Daisuke Matsusaka's previous national high school record. Struck out over 450 batters in high school.
Broken bat off the end. Glenn, get a new bat. When Tanaka was pitching as a senior for his high school, he matched up against Yuki Saito in the championship game. They both went 15 innings, and it was tied. They called a draw. They came back the next day to resume the game, and both Saito and Tanaka pitched the next day too.
No off days.
No
right?
off days. Go with your best. Here's the 2-2 pitch, way outside.
So throwing a ton of pitches in a game is nothing new to this guy.
No, it's not. And quite honestly, he's a little bit off with his command, but that's to be expected. This is his first big league game. If you're just joining us, he went 24-0 last year for the Rakuten Golden Eagles. Another strikeout. Bottom of the zone, 2 down. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Great atmosphere here at Rogers Center. It's Honda home opening weekend. And the fans anxious to put the memories of a cold winter behind them. Out here in force, a sold-out crowd tonight. Large crowds expected both Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. Deanna Navarro, with a base hit his first time up, came in to score. Rips this one, and that is gloved by Kelly Johnson. Tanaka calls for it, and Kelly Johnson, who started at third base, makes a nice play at first base to save a run for New York. Yankees have a 4-3 lead. Welcome back to Rogers Center. It is opening day here at Rogers Center, and not only is it a great day because we're starting the baseball season at home, but it's also a great day because we are joined by one of the greats, Roy Halladay. Doc is back in the house, and Roy, how did it feel to get back out on that mound and throw the first pitch?
It was more nerve-wracking than I expected, you know. I haven't thrown a ball that far. I'm working with the young kids, so I'm throwing 45, 50 feet. That looks like a long ways now.
But when you really think about it, obviously you did so much great work from that mound, and it looked like there was some emotion in that appearance as the fans acknowledged your presence.
There definitely was. You know, it's one of the few times that I've got that goosebumps going on the field. You know, there's been times I've got it coming off, but to be acknowledged like that, it was definitely special for me.
Tell everybody your thoughts of your career here in Toronto, what it was like being a Blue Jay.
Well, I really felt that this became my home. You know, I really felt that way. And when I first came over and throughout the middle of my career, I felt like things were getting to where hopefully we're going to have a chance to win and really be competitive, and I wanted nothing more than to try and win here. And just felt so good to be a Blue Jay, and I wanted to win here. And unfortunately we didn't get it done, but I loved it. I loved every second of it, and it's just been a tremendous honor. I don't know, we were just talking in the booth how things work out. You know, how did I end up here? It's funny how life works, but it worked out very well for me.
And then, of course, your time in Philadelphia worked out very well for you too, because you joined that team when everything was on the upswing.
Yeah, I was talking today. You know, that was kind of like you know, playing here was the meal. You know, it's like going to a nice restaurant. Here was the meal, and then Philadelphia was the little side dessert. You know, it was just kind of a nice. I really enjoyed it. The atmosphere was great, but the team, the way they played on the field and getting a chance to get in the playoffs, that's what was really cool. And so I got my chance to get in the playoffs. But, you know, that's always how I looked at it. You know, I felt like this was where my career was, and that was kind of, you know, just kind of a special little icing on the cake, I guess.
When you think back to that great playoff game against one of your former teammates, Chris Carpenter, St. Louis and the Phillies, when you guys came through the organization, you were both 1 and 1A, if you will. How special was that night? I know you were on the wrong end of a win, and that's what you always thought about, was winning the game. But how special was it that two Blue Jay kids would grow up and pitch that great game against one another?
It was definitely probably the most memorable game that I've pitched. To have the friendship that we had and going on the fishing trips during the winter together, and then to come down to that. You know, we talked about it 2 or 3 days before. We were up in the series, and I said, boy, you know, it'd be fun to pitch against each other, but I hope we win and clinch it tomorrow. And we didn't, and ended up pitching against each other. And I told him, I said, man, what if we just both went 9 innings, didn't give up a run, and then the bullpen could decide the game? And he held up his end of the bargain. I just gave up one. So.
Neither one of you wanted to do that. You both wanted to win. You know that.
Right. We did. But it was special. You know, and Chris was a mentor for me and a friend for me. And so it was special.
I had a chance to watch your whole career from start to finish. Was there one thing that you can remember that took you to the next level to become the great pitcher that you became?
Definitely. You know, throughout, Buck was there, and when I had got sent down to A-ball, a lot of changes happened to that point. The mechanics, I think, helped. The change of the arm slot, the movement, that definitely helped. Harvey Dorfman, to me, became my mentor, really, and developed my belief system. And that's what I was lacking. I didn't have a belief system to rely on. You know, it was always caught up in that, you know, the success or confidence, you know, which one, how does that work, you know, which one comes first. And, you know, I learned through Harvey that through my preparation, through the belief in myself, through the belief in my approach and how I was going to play the game, that's where my confidence came from. So it started to become easier to go out there knowing that I had prepared, knowing that I had a plan, and that's when the mental part really kind of came together and the game slowed down for me.
And now you want to take all of that knowledge and you want to pass it on, don't you?
I do. I really feel like, you know, you look at all these players and it seems like for the really good pitchers it takes 5 to 6 years for them to kind of figure it out. And it was you know, me that way for myself, that way for Chris, and you know, how do you speed up that process is my thought. And I think getting them to understand themselves first and then understand pitching would make a big difference in that. I think if they could be able to establish some sort of plan of attack, I guess, and a sort of where is my confidence from? Is it from my workouts? Is it from my video work? Is it from my bullpens? You know, how does that work for me? And establishing something for each guy that works for him to speed up that process.
You're right, and there's no shortcut. You have to log the time, you have to have the feedback, and the feedback comes out on that mound. When you make a pitch and you expect to get an out, then you have to be able to handle the adversity when it doesn't lead to an out.
Absolutely. And you know, that's another big part of it, is I had to become my best evaluator. I was always a guy that felt like I had to rely on other people to say, hey, way to go, you know, and if they weren't happy, you know, that really affected me. And so I really had to become a person that could evaluate myself honestly and rely on my own beliefs and thoughts. You know, if I went out and gave up 15 hits and they were all ground balls in the infield, I felt like I had done my job. I had made the pitches I wanted to make. You know, if I didn't give up a run but had diving plays all over the field, you know, I also had to evaluate the other way. Hey, I didn't make my pitches. I got to, you know, correct this, and this. So that was definitely part of it.
So what's next for Roy Halladay as far as the possibility of coming back into the game?
Well, I think, especially this first year or two, talking to Alex, and I've also talked to the Phillies a little bit, but, this has kind of been my home, I think. But I think the first year or two, I'm going to try and spend as much time with my family as I can, see how my schedule plays out, how things work out. But I definitely would like to get back in some capacity. I spent a couple days over at camp with the Phillies, and I really enjoyed working with those young players. I really did. Just talking to them about anything, mechanics, pitch selection, mental toughness, confidence, all that stuff. It was a tremendous thrill to spend that time with those kids and be able to talk to them and not teach them, but just talk. We just sat there and talked and talked about the game. And I really enjoyed that. So I don't know what capacity it's going to be in. I'm not going to travel. I want to be with my family more. Ooh, nice.
Well, they get out of that situation, get out of the inning. The Yankees score a run. They're taking a 5-3 lead. Doc, great to see you. Congratulations on a wonderful career.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. It's a tremendous honor.
Welcome back to the Honda home opener. A full house here, and there are the towels that were presented to the fans as they made their way inside Rogers Center. And they want to see the home team come back. Blue Jays trail by 2. Yankees have scored 2 in the first, 2 in the third, and a single run here in the top half of the fourth. The Yankees have doubled the Blue Jays in hits. They've out-hit the home side 10-5. Brett Laurie goes after the first pitch and hits it high into the air. Brian Roberts, the second baseman, is there. He makes the catch. Laurie is retired on one pitch.
How about that interview with Roy Halladay? Yeah, I think whatever he ends up doing, if he comes back into the game, he's going to be great.
He sounds at ease, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. It sounds as though he is satisfied where he's at. We talked to him earlier on the field, and he talked about the physical issues he dealt with while he was in Philadelphia, and obviously that kind of prodded him toward retirement. But I liked his phrase about this is where he did most of his eating, and he had dessert in Philadelphia.
I like that.
And certainly Joe Madden talked about it like winners eat last, and he certainly ate last a lot. Roy Halladay. Tanaka makes the play inside the foul line. Ryan Goins is retired. 2 quick outs here. Bottom of the fourth.
You had Roy as a young pitcher And you saw the maturation. What was he like on game day? I mean, he was a bull. He put that game face on for the games.
Yeah, and he was truly two different pitchers when I had him. Obviously, he talked about my being here. Well, I was involved in a decision to send him back to Abel, and it was a tough one, but you could see the talent. It was just a matter of how we were going to get that talent out of him and how he was going to get it out of himself. And Harvey Dorfman, he mentioned, and he's a great sports psychologist. It probably came into prominence with John Smoltz. He was a guy that put the pitchers in a good frame of mind and a player. And, you know, it's commonplace in athletics these days that these players will deal with a sports psychologist to try to get them to a relaxed state of competition.
Do you know what the most impressive thing that I heard him say? And I had no idea. He said it takes pitchers 5 or 6 years to develop to become the pitchers that they are. Usually you sign them out, they're in the big leagues in 2 or 3 years and they're going to be great. There's no guarantee of that.
No, not at all. You never know when it's going to click. Jonathan Diaz hits a 2-hopper to short. Dean Anna throws him out. 3 up, 3 down. The Blue Jays go quietly in their half of the fourth. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. Baseball, People Magazine, and Target invite you to nominate a current or retired teacher who is a classroom all-star, someone who's made a difference in the lives of students as well as in the community. One teacher will be selected to represent the Blue Jays at the 2014 All-Star Game in Minnesota this summer. For details or to nominate, go to allstarteachers.com. Aaron Luke came into the ball game with 2 outs in the third to put out the fire. He finishes up the fourth, allowing a run, and now it is Todd Redmond. A year ago, in 17 games, he put up a 4-3 record.
14 of those were starts for the Blue Jays this spring. He got into 6 games and threw 20 innings. This is the first time we have seen Todd this season. He is one of the long men, one of 2 long men out of that bullpen for the Blue Jays. And this is a perfect example of why you have long guys who can throw 3 innings out of that bullpen. When your starter gets knocked out early, you need a guy who can give you multiple innings, and Redmond can certainly do that.
Redmond had been a starter most of his career, and now he has a chance to hold the Yankees in check. Ichiro Suzuki had a pivotal at-bat back in the 3rd inning. He was originally called out on a bang-bang play at first. Joe Girardi asked for the review, and the call was overturned, and now Ichiro has his 2nd hit of the night. A patented inside-out swing from Ichiro Suzuki.
Boy, nobody does it better than Suzuki, getting closer and closer to 3,000 hits here in the big leagues. Patented, you're right. Fastball, watch the eyes. Look at him track that ball head down behind the baseball and just slash it the other way. We have been watching him do that since 2001.
Ichiro Suzuki was asked about his new role as a fourth outfielder. He said, I don't like it. I prepare every day as if I'm starting, and the manager will then inform me whether or not I'm in the lineup. Solarte goes after the first pitch. Yannervis Solarte, switch hitter, started out tonight's game at second base, moved to third base after Mark Teixeira suffered a hamstring injury. Solarte drove in a pair in the third after the Ichiro appeal at first. Ichiro can head for third here. He takes a look at the third base coach. He's getting the wave. Here's the throw. It's a good one. And Ichiro is out. Ryan Goins, a former shortstop playing second, has a shortstop arm, and he threw a one-hop strike to third to get Ichiro.
You know what he did when he was tracking the ball is he went down quickly and used a pop-up slide to catch the ball and get to his feet instead of bending over, reaching, and standing up and throwing a strike over there. Heads-up play. First of all, the air, the wild throw, and it bounces off. The fans don't touch it, but watch Goins slide, get the ball, pop-up slide, and throw a strike to get Suzuki at third base. What a play by Goins.
Boy, the defense has been good early on. Solarte lifts a lazy fly ball to left. Cabrera is there. What a turnaround development. It's an error on the pitcher, Redmond, and then Goins, and here's the play, Pat, that really turned this play around.
Look at that. Slides into it to stay low and get the ball and then pop up. I think if he goes over and tries to field that ball on his feet and then have to turn all the way around, he doesn't get him at third base. Smart heads-up play there.
Well, it's a timely gamble by Rob Thompson, the third base coach. They're already up by 2 runs. You don't know that much about Goins and how he's going to handle that play under pressure. Boy, he answered the bell. Things could have got ugly for Todd Redmond after the leadoff single and then the air, and looked like going to be nobody out and a man at third.
Now 2 outs, nobody on. Face number 9 hitter.
Todd Redmond, his first appearance of the 2014 season. This is popped up on the infield. Laurie, the third baseman, calls for it, makes the catch near the mound, and took Todd Redmond just 8 pitches to close out the Yankees in the 5th. Enjoying those big comfy green chairs in a TD Comfort Zone are some lucky fans enjoying a free seat upgrade courtesy of TD. Not only are they lucky, they must be special fans that get a seat upgrade on opening night. Great vantage point there in the TD Comfort Zone. Kevin Seitzer, obviously, he's not talking to Ryan Goins about that fine defensive play. He's talking about his work at the plate. It's an ongoing process. He is in his first year as the Blue Jays hitting coach, and he's always got to try to gain the trust of his hitters. Top of the order for the Blue Jays in the 5th. They trail by 2. Yankees lead at 5-3. Melky Cabrera hit his first home run of the season back in the 1st. Ripped off the plate on that pitch, and he turned on it, but just couldn't keep it fair.
All right, this is the 3rd time through now for the Blue Jay batters. Let's see if they have learned something against Tanaka.
Well, the one thing that's very difficult is to really evaluate how a pitcher will translate from the Japanese league into the major leagues. We showed you the comparison with Hideo Nomi and Daisuke Matsuzaka, 2 Japanese pitchers that came over, but the difference with Tanaka is he's just 25 years old.
Similar stuff. That's a nice little cut fastball right there. 3rd time up, chances are you've seen pretty much every single pitch that he has, and you've got information now that you can use to hit. I think the advantage goes to the pitcher the first couple of times through if you're facing him for the first time.
Colby Rasmus is on deck. Colby has grounded out and struck out. Tanaka has 5 strikeouts. On the ground, big hop for Roberts at second. Cabrera's retired 4-3 on the putout. Roberts came into the game defensively in the 2nd. If you're just joining us, Mark Teixeira started at first and strained a hamstring, fielding a ground ball in foul territory. Stayed in for 1 pitch and then felt something he didn't like and basically took himself out of the game. Anytime you hear it's a mild hamstring strain, there's no such thing.
There's no such thing as a mild hamstring. I mean, ask Jose Reyes. He has said that his hamstring problems aren't anything.
Colby Rasmus hits it high and deep to right. Ichiro Suzuki is on the warning track. Rasmus just missed it.
You know, and Jose has to go on the disabled list with a mild hamstring strain. Got to make sure those things are 100% if you're going to come back.
Those fans are having a good time here on opening night. I'd like to see Blue Jays score another run or 2 quickly. One area of concern for Joe Girardi, back of the bullpen. For the first time in a long time, no Mariano Rivera.
And David Robertson's going to be fine. Got his first save in last night's ball game. He'll be fine, but who's going to take David Robertson's place? So effective in the 8th inning.
Jose Bautista. Bautista is over 2. Bautista didn't like it, and the pitch tracker shows it might have been off the plate inside.
Jose, for a great home run hitter, he's got a good eye at the plate. Really understands the strike zone, and he won't go out there chasing.
You can see Tanaka was upset with that last pitch. He didn't get it where he wanted to and knew he got away with a mistake.
He got under that one. Got under it. His arm fell underneath that ball, and the ball just spun up over the plate. Look where it is, that number 4 pitch right there, right in his wheelhouse.
Throws a good splitter there and strikes out Bautista for a 2nd time. 6 strikeouts for Tanaka. Fans, here comes the Home Hardware Cleanup Crew, brought to you by Natura. Home Hardware's exclusive line of safe, environmentally friendly cleaning products. One lucky fan was the winner of a brand new 2014 Honda CR-V. Just one of many great activities at Rogers Center on Honda opening night. I know they're giving away several lawnmowers as well. It's been a great promotion here. Honda has been a great partner of the Toronto Blue Jays for a number of years. Roy Halladay's jersey displayed prominently on the concourse, and the fans are packed here tonight, enjoying a good night, opening night. Got to try on your new Blue Jays gear. And Roy Halladay's jersey, you can bet there are some people that saw Halladay throw out that first pitch and ran down to the concession stand and bought a jersey.
How awesome is that? You can go get one of his jerseys.
Todd Redmond in second inning of relief. Redmond had some nice defense behind him in the fifth. Kobe Ellsbury's had a big night. He came into this ball game 0 for on the season. He's gone 3 for 3 tonight against the Blue Jays.
Just what they were looking for when they went out and signed him to that big contract. Somebody to play center field, add some speed, put him in the leadoff spot.
Redmond delivers his strike.
Oh yeah, and to make their arch enemies a little weaker.
Boy, they signed Ellsbury quickly. 7 years, $153 million. Outside, it's full count. Todd Redmond is throwing to Deanna Navarro, and these two were teammates with the Cincinnati Reds. There's Brett Gardner standing on deck. 2012 in Cincinnati, these two teamed up, and Ellsbury has reached yet again. He's been on base all 4 times tonight. This is a interesting 1-2 punch, top of the order. A couple of lefties that can run. They can play hit and run. They can steal bases. Brett Gardner is a .335 hitter coming into this game against the Jays.
You know what he can do too? He can take a pitch and he can allow Ellsbury to steal if he wants to. He's not afraid to hit with 1 or even 2 strikes.
Redmond made a throwing error in an attempt to pick off Ichiro Suzuki back in the 5th last inning. Made a high throw and went off the glove of Encarnacion. But the play was backed up by the second baseman Ryan Goins, and he threw Ichiro out at 3rd. And then Redmond took over from there. He retired the next 2 in order. Get out of the inning. Ellsbury trying to sneak out a little bit further. Had a foot on the artificial turf before Redmond chased him back.
Trying to time him up just a little bit. This is where you got to do a good job of holding the ball just a little bit longer, or quick pitching. Ellsbury over there at first base. It's the kind of guy who likes to get out there and then take one more step right before you come set as a pitcher.
Oh, 1-1 to Gardner. There, Ellsbury broke. He was going. Didn't like his break and shut it down at first. Navarro made a high throw on Roberts' stolen base back in the 3rd. Throw went into center field, but Rasmus was backing up the play, and now the Roberts at second base. Yankees lead at 5-3. We're in the top of the 6th. 0-2 upstairs. Brett Gardner, he cashed in a bit in the offseason as well. He wasn't a free agent, but going to be a free agent at the end of this season, so the Yankees tied him up with a nice 4-year, $52 million contract.
Going all around baseball, isn't it? Tie up your players, your guys, buy some of their free agent and arbitration years. He was going.
Yeah, he's running now, isn't he?
1-2. So as a base runner, you're thinking this has got to be a breaking ball. Give myself a better chance to try and steal the bag.
There he goes. Pitches outside. Navarro's throw is high again, and Ellsbury slides underneath the tag at second. His second stolen base of the night.
What a night he has had. Good jump. Gets that foot on the carpet and takes off. It's a good pitch for Diana Navarro to throw on. But the ball sails on him. You can see Ellsbury looking in. He's got tremendous speed. Just thrown out, like you were saying earlier, 4 times all of last year.
52 for 56 a year ago. He led the American League in stolen bases. Popped up over near the Jays dugout and out of play. There is nothing wrong with Jacoby Ellsbury's calf.
No.
He had a calf injury, a strain in spring training. They held him out toward the end of spring training and were anxious to see him play, but he's full speed. Good to go. Full count. Well, the Yankees have recaptured a little bit of their patience at the plate. Some of these hitters in this lineup tonight have done a good job. When you've got veterans like Beltran, McCann, Ellsbury, Kelly Johnson, and Ichiro Suzuki, they'll make you work.
Gardner, the guy at the plate, has always been known to make that pitcher work. See a lot of pitches.
Fouled into the glove of Navarro. Gardner strikes out for a second time. Good job by Redmond to get the strikeout and keep Gardner from moving the base runner up.
Something about his fastball where batters just have trouble picking it up. This is a fastball that's tailing away from Brett Gardner. Tips it right into the glove of Diana Navarro. But that fastball from Redmond, I don't know if it's the way he throws it, but it looks like he doesn't get great extension. The ball just seems to jump when it gets towards home plate.
Kind of slings it toward home plate. It might be difficult for the hitters to pick up the release point. He throws that left shoulder at you, and then baseball kind of comes out of nowhere. Ellsbury's got a pair of stolen bases tonight. That's his 36th multi-steal game of his career. The base running game is alive and well in New York. They have 3 stolen bases tonight. Brian Roberts got his first of the season. Ellsbury has 2. Carlos Beltran, switch hitter, continues to hit from the left side. Facing Redmond for the first time tonight. Pulled on the ground. Owens waits on it. Beltran's retired. Ellsbury moves to third. Now here's a big at bat for Todd Redmond. Got lefty hitter Brian McCann, and McCann been a tough RBI guy, and Navarro's going to go out and talk things over. He might be
stalling
a little bit. Navarro is a veteran catcher, and he understands the importance of this situation.
Well, you've got Brett Cecil warming up. You got a left-handed hitter of McCann. This might have been a ploy by the Blue Jays to try and get Brett Cecil a few more pitches to get him loose if John Gibbons wants to match up lefty versus lefty here.
Well, Brett Cecil picked up a save on Wednesday night, his first save of the season. He came into the ball game and did a great job of striking out Matt Joyce to end the game. This is the first game of the month of April, the 3-game set against the Yankees. Houston will be here starting Tuesday night, April 8th, 3-game series. Houston just took 2 of 3 against the Yankees down in Houston. And then the Blue Jays go out on the road, but when they return, they'll take on the Baltimore Orioles. April 22nd, 23rd, 24th. The Boston Red Sox will Follow the Orioles in town. The Boston Red Sox, reigning world champs. John Fail will bring the Red Sox to town for that final series in the month of April.
I'm anxious to see that Baltimore Oriole team, that offense. Being an offensive guy, Nelson Cruz, who put him in there with Wieters and Jones and Chris Davis and Markakis. I mean, that's a lot of firepower.
Well, they're lined up at the concession stand, and John Gibbons, the manager, has come out, and that was indeed the strategy. See if they can't get Brett Cecil loose in time to face Brian McCann. Todd Redmond will hand things over to Cecil when we come back to take on Brian McCann. A lot of happy fans here at the Honda home opener as the Blue Jays are taking on the New York Yankees. Currently, the Yankees have a 2-run lead. It's 5-3 New York. New pitcher into the game is Brett Cecil to face the left-handed hitting catcher Brian McCann with a man at third and 2 outs. McCann goes after that first pitch. Cecil did a terrific job a year ago neutralizing left-handed bats.
Yeah, outstanding job. Look at those numbers. 191. ERA 282, 5-1, just 1/3 of an inning a couple of nights ago to pick up the save.
Struck out Matt Joyce to end the ball game.
So he is well rested.
Joe Girardi, Yankees manager, he picked up on that. He said, "Hey, Cecil is closing now." I said, "Well, Santos was in the game, walked the batter. They had a lefty hitter, and without Casey Jansen, John Gibbons will use a couple of different guys. That ball was hit hard, and Cecil was late getting off the bag, but Encarnacion will step on first to end the inning. Cecil gets the job done. Now the hitter's got to come back against Masahiro Tanaka. Junior Jays Saturdays are presented by Boston Pizza. Tomorrow, Saturday, April 5th, the Blue Jays will take on the Yankees. Game time is 1:07 p.m. There are special kids prize tickets in the 200 and 500 level outfield seats. After the game, kids 14 and under can run the bases just like the pros. So call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234 to order your tickets, so you can get your tickets by logging online at BlueJays.com. Lots of kids come out for Junior Jays Saturday. They always have a good time. They hang around the end of the game. They get to go down on the field and run the bases. Great promotion. It's been a great family way to enjoy the ball game. So make sure you check out Junior Jays Saturday.
And you get to see Michael Pineda, NRA Dickey, tomorrow afternoon.
Michael Pineda has been bothered by shoulder problems the last 2 years. He was acquired by the Yankees in a trade with the Seattle Mariners for the highly touted Jesus Montero. Big slugging catcher, and he hasn't developed as much as the Mariners had hoped. Masahiro Tanaka. Everybody wants to find out how Tanaka is going to adjust to major league hitters and whether or not he will be worth the huge contract the Yankees gave him. Working to Edwin Encarnacion inside. I went to 3 key people on the Yankees coaching staff and asked them to give me one word about Tanaka. I went to Tony Pena, the great catcher in his playing day, manager, and now the bench coach. I said, what do you think about Tanaka? He said, smart. That was his word to describe it. That ball is pulled off the glove of Solarte. Anna is there, and it's not in time. Leadoff man is aboard. Nervis Solarte started out at second base. He moved to third after the Teixeira injury. Dean Anna is making his first big league start at shortstop. It is ruled an infield hit. It caught the lip of that artificial surface at third. Anna was there to make the play to first, but it wasn't in time. His throw was offline and late.
Teams that come in here not used to the bounces that come off of this artificial turf, you can see they have their troubles. Edwin will get his first multi-hit game of the season.
2-hit night for Double E. He's at first. Adam Lind, he can put a charge in one right here.
Boy, he's got a lot of room to the left side of that diamond.
So now here, if you're Lind, would you take a shot just to bunt it down that third baseline?
Why not? You're down by 2 runs. All you have to do is just get it by the pitcher. You can run for days. Get the first 2 guys on here in the 6th inning. I'll take my chances with that.
I think we're going to see some teams do that. Because everybody is playing the exaggerated shift. So if you're a manager and a hitting coach now, you're going to talk to some of these big sluggers and say, hey, in a situation like this, you represent the tying run. You've got to practice first.
Yeah.
And then take a shot, bunt it down that line. You got a switch hitter behind you.
Hey, we saw David Ortiz drop down bunts to get base hits last year.
I've seen Boog Powell bunt to get on base if his run was a decisive run.
You know, and that's the key right there. If it's a decisive run, Adam representing the tying run right now here in the 6th inning.
3-0. There's a strike. The real tricky part to that approach, take the bat out of Lind's hand. He set the tone for game 2 with a 3-run homer. And Lind is always a threat to hit a home run. Hit 23 last year. Navarro's switch hitter is on deck.
Early in the game, you know, you let him swing away. Meet some base runners.
On the ground, this could be 2. Anna to Solarte to first, a double play. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Thank you, Jamie. Mike Trout, boy, he just doesn't waste time getting his season underway.
Did you see his first at bat of the season against Felix Hernandez? Ooh,
crushed it.
Crushed it.
Garrett Richards is pitching for the Angels. Through 4 1/3. He's allowed just 2 hits. Well, a promising inning took a turn for the worse on that Adam Lind 6-5-3 double play. Don't see many of those.
No, 6-5-3. I wrote it down. I had to look at it, and I said, "Is that right?" Yeah, they had the shift going.
There's a drive into center field. Ellsbury got a good break, slides, and makes a nice catch. So a double play and a good catch in center, and Masahiro Tanaka is out of the game. Yankees flashing the leather here in the 6th. A leadoff single, but they go down in order. Missed a game? Looking for highlights? Check out Blue Jays in 60 seconds on Sportsnet.ca after the game. Sportsnet.ca. You can go over the game if you happen to miss the details. You get the highlights. You'll also have a chance to see those great pictures that Sportsnet.ca took in spring training of the Blue Jays pitchers and the grips of their various pitches. Very interesting photos, so check it out. Yankees lead 5-3. We head to the 7th. Brian Roberts bats for a 3rd time, goes after that first pitch from Brett C. So Roberts a switch hitter, batting right-handed. Brian Roberts was an all-star with the Baltimore Orioles, and then he dealt with a bunch of injuries over the last few seasons in Baltimore. He had a concussion in 2011 that placed him on the DL. And he was eventually put on the 60-day DL, and it robbed him of most of the season. He played in just 39 games that year.
For a guy who was small in stature, he had some pop in that bat for years with Baltimore.
18 home runs, that's his career high. That came in 2005. That's when he drove in 73 runs. The Honda opening night crowd is a good one. 48,197. It's a sellout here at Rogers Center. And you anticipate good crowds for Saturday's and Sunday's game. And why not? Great atmosphere here at Rogers Center. Brian Roberts caught looking at strike 3. Lots of changes at the old ballpark. They've upgraded some of the concession stands. Of course, last year they opened up the area that was formerly Windows Restaurant in center field. It has turned out to be a very popular place in this ballpark. Lots of young fans on hand. They always have a good time out there in center field to give themselves a different perspective of this ballpark. Kelly Johnson goes after the first pitch and hits it all the way to the wall in center. Johnson takes a look at Rasmus. He's burning for 3rd. Here's the throw from Goins, and it is not in time. They had a shot at Kelly Johnson, but the throw was all fly to the inside of 3rd base, and he slides in with a triple.
Johnson, a pulled hitter. Blue Jays playing him straight up in center field. You can see first pitch swinging. Now when the ball gets to the wall, it hits the wall and just stays there. So Rasmus has to go turn it and go get it. And you're right, they had a shot, but the throw's off just a little bit. And Kelly Johnson has himself a 3-bagger.
Johnson had a single in his first at bat. He's got an RBI tonight. Infield is drawn in, and that really boosts the average of Ichiro Suzuki. He's a magician with that bat, and he can find a hole on the drawn in infield.
That was a big at bat for Suzuki in the 3rd inning. Initially called out at first base, and it cost the Blue Jays 2 runs.
And it was the 3rd out of the inning. The appeal by Joe Girardi led to the overturn of that call. Ichiro would be awarded first base on the base hit, and then right behind him, Solardi hit a 2-run double to the wall in right center. On the ground, right to Goins. Kelly Johnson has to hold his ground at 3rd, so the defense set up perfectly, and Cecil made a good pitch on Ichiro. Yoervis Solarte is a switch hitter with Cecil the lefty on the mound. He'll turn around and bat right-handed. It's interesting, Solarte is wearing number 26. Not only did he replace Eduardo Nunez, he took his number too. Solarte started out in the Twins organization. He played at Round Rock AAA with the Texas Rangers last year. As we mentioned, he's from Valencia, Venezuela. Ball in the strike.
He has certainly opened up some of the eyes of the Yankee brass. Made a team out of spring training.
He didn't sign until January with the Yankees as a minor league free agent. He gets jammed. Goins waits on it. Good job by Brett Cecil. He's able to get around the 1-out triple by Kelly Johnson. Will go to the bottom of the 7th. Blue Jays are down by 2. The 2014 baseball season with MLB.TV. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand in HD quality. Watch up to 4 games at once with multi-game viewing. Season subscriptions start at $129.99. Visit BlueJays.com for more details. And if you're watching on Sportsnet West and wanting to see the Oilers-Coyotes hockey game, you can check it out on Sportsnet Oilers. NHL action on Sportsnet Oilers, and you can check it out. Blue Jays are batting here in the bottom of the 7th. They trail by 2. It's 5-3 New York. Blue Jays with just 6 hits. The Yankees have doubled that total. They have 12. You knew the Yankee bats were going to come alive. They didn't have much of a series in Houston.
Yep. Didn't hit a home run down there. But Ellsbury has been the difference tonight from the top of the lineup.
Top 2 guys in the order have had an impact. Ellsbury got it going with a leadoff double. Came in to score right off the bat. 0-2. We mentioned the Tanaka scouting report from his coaches. Tony Pena used the word smart to characterize him. Gary Tuck, the bullpen coach, used pitchability. He has the ability to make pitches with several different pitches. There's a tough pitch right in on the hands of Laurie. And then Joe Girardi. I asked the manager, give me a one-word description of Tanaka. Girardi and Pena, both great catchers in their playing days, and Girardi said, competitor. So, I mean, that's just about everything you want in a starting pitcher. A smart guy with pitchability who likes to compete.
Who likes to compete, and we've seen all of that tonight. Each one of those facets of his game come out here.
Laurie hits it down the third baseline. No call yet. Now finally a foul call down at third base by Ed Hickox. Solarte made the play and threw to first. Laurie couldn't wait for the umpire to say fair or foul, so he busted it out of the box. But it took a while for Hickox to indicate foul ball.
Another splitter that's hit right down into the dirt, and you can see it just foul. And that is the third base umpire's call when it goes by the bag. You're right. As a hitter, you can't sit there and hope that it goes foul. You just got to just run and wait till you hear the call.
Down and in. Laurie strikes out. One out here in the bottom of the 7th. That's 7 strikeouts for Masahiro Tanaka in his major league debut.
Well, we told you with 2 strikes he throws a harder splitter. Look at it. He spreads those 2 fingers. And watch him pull down and throw that ball hard down in the dirt. Tough for Laurie to lay off of that one. How about that? That is what a split finger looks like, and that's what it does. It rotates and tumbles and goes straight down.
That was the foul ball, obviously, and then he would strike out on another wicked splitter. The pitching coach, Larry Rothschild, is out to go over the pinch hitter. Remember, Brian McCann is in his first year in the American League, and obviously Tanaka making his major league debut, not all that familiar with Izturis. So Joe Girardi sent Larry Rothschild out to go over this hitter as Izturis comes off the bench to bat for Ryan Goins, trying to get something going. Izturis is off to a good start to his season. He played in 3 games down in Tampa Bay, went 6 for 10 with a double. So he comes on as a pinch hitter.
Well, the pitchability aspect that you were talking about with Tanaka, you can see it. He's got a lot of weapons to get you out. Fastball, cutter, slider, and a wicked splitter.
It's a fly ball lifted to left. Gardner backs up a few steps. The pinch hitter Izturis is retired, 2 down here in the 7th. This may be Tanaka's last inning. His first big league start. That is Matt Thornton, the lefty, loosening up.
You know, another thing that I've been impressed with this young right-hander is his ability to spot his fastball. He can throw it inside, he can throw it outside, he can go up, he can go down.
There's Dylan Betances, who has joined Thornton in the bullpen. So they have double barrel action in support of Masahiro Tanaka. Jonathan Diaz drove in a pair in the 2nd. That gave the Blue Jays a 3-2 lead at the time. The base hit to left field. Scored Navarro and Brett Lord. Diaz will give you a good at bat. And the Yankees were talking about Diaz, and they were comparing him to Jose Altuve, who they just saw down in Houston. So short second baseman with a lot of tools.
Good hands, quick feet.
Altuve's been an all-star. He'll be here on Tuesday night with the Astros. Strike three called. Tanaka with a couple of strikeouts in the seventh. He has 8 on the night. His first big league game is going well for Tanaka. Steve Delabar into the ball game for the Jays. Steve Delabar has appeared in one game so far this season. He has come on to start the top half of the 8th inning against the Yankees.
Good numbers last year for Delabar out of the bullpen. He was an all-star. Great fastball, great slider, great splitter. 3 pitches that you can get batters out with.
Delabar has a new second baseman playing behind him. Meister Sturis came on to pinch hit. He takes over at second. Dean Anna, the shortstop. His first big league game so far, he is 0 for 3. Chances are the Blue Jays will get to see Derek Jeter make his first start against them this season tomorrow afternoon. Jeter getting the night off, visiting with C.C. Sabathia and Brian Roberts, and Jeter is never comfortable when he's not playing. So he's a little antsy on that Yankees bench.
Never sits down when he's not playing. And that's, last year it had to be tough for him, missing so much time with the injuries. What a pro.
20th season in a Yankee uniform. That's the all-time record. 2-1. Anna swings right through it. Delabar, like Anna, started out his professional career with the Padres. Of course, he had that horrible elbow injury, broke his elbow, has a plate in his right elbow. He's also gone through Tommy John surgery, and there was a point where he figured he was not going to resume his playing career. He was a substitute teacher teaching baseball at a sports academy at his hometown. And it reaches. It's a leadoff walk. Delabar's got a great fastball, but he also has some very effective secondary pitches.
Yeah, I love the splitter, and I love that slider from Delabar. He'll have to establish the fastball. He's got plenty of fastball, 94, 96 miles an hour. But as a hitter, when you have to get started early with that fastball, it makes that splitter and slider that much more dangerous. That's why he averages about 10 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Jacoby Ellsbury, the leadoff man's had a perfect night. He's reached base 4 times. That ball gets away from Navarro, but not far enough, so Anna has to hold at first. Ellsbury has doubled, singled, doubled, and walked. He's also scored a run and had 2 stolen bases.
It's a nice night's work.
Yeah, and just for good measure, he'll probably do a post-game interview as well. Came into this game 0 for 7 early on. Anna is not a base-stealing threat. He had 3 stolen bases in 10 attempts a year ago in AAA. He was in Tucson with the Padres AAA ball club. But he won the batting title. Oh, Delabar gets a glove on it, and he'll go to first. And they're going to say that Encarnacion had his foot on the bag, and Nick Kelleher just turned to tell Joe Girardi he was off the bag. Boy, Delabar somehow got his glove up, and he says he's all right. He's looking to Gibbons and George Poulos, who have made their way out of the Blue Jays dugout.
Wow, anytime the ball is hit like that back to the pitcher, it's a scary, scary thing.
Well, Girardi had a key appeal back in the 3rd inning and had a call overturned, and there's that comeback. Oh man, he just got his glove up in time. This is a tough call for the umpire.
Yeah, he can get blocked out a little bit of that line drive right to the glove side of Delabar. He gets blocked out because he's positioning himself. But from that shot, it looks like Edwin's right foot is on the bag.
Boy, it sure does. And Girardi has returned to the dugout, and they are reviewing the play. Andy Muth is the crew chief of this umpiring crew. He's umpiring at first base tonight.
Well, that'll give Steve Delabar a couple of seconds to catch his breath again after that line drive right back at him.
And get his heartbeat down.
Yeah.
I mean, that was frightening. Boy, we have seen a lot of those already. We saw Alex Cobb have one skip through his legs. Delabar from his knees bounces it. Encarnacion makes a nice grab, and you can see the ball was in his glove. This will give you a better angle to watch the play as Delabar throws. Watch the foot right there. There's contact in the glove, and the foot is on the bag.
You know, it happens so quickly. You know, it looks like he might have pulled his foot, but that ability to stop action right there, ball's in the glove and the foot is on the bag, it's easy.
You see the sign from the umpire confirms the call on the field that Ellsbury is retired. Good play by Encarnacion at first to record the out.
Great reactions by Delabar on the mound, too.
We've had 2 reviews tonight, and they've both been fairly timely, just over 80 seconds to get the results.
So he challenged that. He lost, so he's out of challenges now.
Because he won his first challenge, he was able to keep 1 challenge. So Ellsbury's retired for the first time this evening. Brett Gardner takes a first pitch strike. Dean Anna is at second base. He walked to start the inning. Gardner pulls that splitter foul outside of first. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Yankees got off quickly tonight. They scored 2 in the first. The Blue Jays answered with a single run in the bottom of the first. Melky Cabrera hit his first home run, his second career leadoff home run. Dean Anna, the base runner at second, making his first major league start, walked to start this inning. 0-2. Pulled way off the plate inside, and that'll go off the glove back to the screen. It's a wild pitch. You can see Delabar tap his chest with his glove to indicate that was his mistake. Navarro was set up outside, and watch where this pitch ends up.
Yanked it all the way across the plate. And look how far Navarro has to go to try and get that ball, and it just glances off of his glove. Now the infield has to come in again. Can't afford to give up any more runs.
Last inning, they had a similar situation. Man at third, one out. They got Ichiro to ground out to second.
That's the thing with Steve Delabar. He's got the strikeout ability. So if you got a guy at third base, less than 2 outs, throw a good split or a slider, whatever he chooses to do, and get a big strikeout.
Switch to Carlos Beltran. Tonight, the DH is on deck. There's a base hit to right. That'll score Dean Anna, and that's a big run for New York. That gives them a 3-run lead. 6-3 New York.
The 2014 Honda CR-V. Honda, proud to be the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
It's Honda opening night at Rogers Center. 48,197 fans in attendance. But right now, the home side is down by 3. Those add-on runs are costly. Carlos Beltran takes the first pitch strike.
Add-on runs when you give him those 90 feet like that on that wild pitch. Infield has to come in, making Brett Gardner's job just a little bit easier.
Beltran facing Delabar for the first time. Wanted to look at that first pitch and took a strike. Gardner with 24 steals a year ago. He too, like Ellsbury, a base stealing threat. There's a high fly ball to the left. Melky Cabrera ranging back. He makes the catch with a foot on the warning track. Gardner will hustle back to first. Delabar has allowed a run and leadoff walk, as it often does, coming around to score.
Leadoff walk to the number 9 guy. That really hurts.
Brian McCann takes the first pitch in there for a strike. McCann, like the hitter before him, Carlos Beltran, getting his first look at Steve Delabar, so he too takes a strike. The Yankees now have 13 hits. Blue Jays just 6.
Still looking for their first home run of the season. It's a different type of team. No Robinson Cano. No Alex Rodriguez.
For sure. And they started out with Mark Teixeira, but he left the game. Yeah. In the bottom of the second. There goes Gardner. Pitch out is on. The throw is in the dirt and off the glove, and there's nobody at third. Gardner steals a second. That's the 4th stolen base of the night for New York. That's a tough play for a base runner. Obviously, he's just thinking about getting into second base. But because the shift is on, third base is uncovered.
Blue Jays guess right. Pitch out 0-2. And another stolen base as Gardner outruns the baseball. Another runner in scoring position. 4 stolen bases now tonight.
A different mode of attack for the Yankees, to be sure. block. That hit the umpire. Navarro didn't get any leather on it. Went right through his legs, and he was fortunate that it hit the umpire's shin guard.
Steve Delabar's stuff is so good. He's got such movement. And it actually got through Navarro, got knocked down by the home plate umpire.
2 outs, 2 strikes. Cut out and missed. Delabar's out of the inning, but the Yankees score a run. They've taken a 6-3 lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zorn. Brought to you by the 2014 Honda CR-V. Honda, proud to be the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Melky Cabrera steps up in the first inning against Masahiro Tanaka and welcomes him to the American League East with a home run. Looked like a high off-speed pitch from Cabrera. He homers for the first time this year. Got the Blue Jays back into this ball game. Tonight's Drive of the Game brought to you by Melky Cabrera.
Cabrera, that leadoff home run, his second career leadoff home run. And now the Blue Jays will face a new pitcher. Masahiro Tanaka goes 7 innings in his major league debut, and it's the veteran left-hander, Matt Thornton.
Boy, he has been so tough on the Blue Jays in his career. Those are his numbers last year when he was with the White Sox and the Boston Red Sox for 60 games. 0-4 with a very respectable ERA of 3.7, but he has had great numbers against the Blue Jays.
Over his career, he has pitched with the White Sox. He started out in Seattle, and the White Sox ended up with a terrific left-handed relief pitcher in Matt Thornton.
Just to show you some of the dominance that he has had against the Blue Jays in his career. 25 games, 21 innings, 34 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's got a good fastball and a disappearing breaking ball. That breaking ball is fouled out of play. It's 0-2 quickly. Two, way outside, not even close.
Still throws hard. That one 95 miles an hour, but we've seen him at 97. And like you say, a great slider, great breaking, disappearing breaking ball.
There it is, hit right to the third baseman, Solarte. 1 down. So Masahiro Tanaka's major league debut got off to a bit of a shaky start. To give up a leadoff home run to the first batter he faced before you talk about somebody that's settled down.
How about that? No walks and 8 strikeouts. He used his splitter. He used his fastball. He was everything that we heard he was going to be. Advertised as a guy who'll give you innings, who'll pick up strikeouts, pitch you deep into the ball game, and we saw that tonight.
And he made adjustments, obviously, as the game went on. Gave up 2 runs on 3 hits in the second. That's when the Blue Jays took the lead, but Yankees got it right back in their half of the third. Yankees invested over $170 million in Tanaka, so they feel pretty good about the way they scouted him and how they convinced him that he should be part of the Yankee family.
They have been watching him since 2007, since he was a rookie in Japan, just kind of tracking him just to keep an eye on him. When he became eligible, they outbid everybody.
The Yankees made a great pitch to Tanaka as well. Rasmus swings at that high fastball. George Rose, who was Hideki Arabu's translator when Arabu pitched here in the late 90s with the Yankees, became the Yankees scout in Japan. In fact, runs an office in Tokyo. He saw Tanaka pitch in that high school tournament we were talking about. Tanaka pitched 5 times in that tournament, threw over 700 pitches, and was sick. So right then, they knew they had a special guy in their sights in Tanaka.
He was physically sick for the tournament, but still put up unbelievable numbers.
Yeah. Bautista's on deck. He struck out twice against Tanaka, 0 for 3. Blue Jays have managed just 6 hits tonight. Fouled off the glove of Brian McCann. The Pitch Tracker is brought to you by Acer, official partner of the Toronto Blue Jays. Certainly gives you a perspective of what the hitters have to deal with. That Pitch Trackers will show you where the pitch is and show you how much movement each pitch has. That ball is ripped, but it's going to end up foul. Tanaka made his major league debut right here tonight at Rogers Center. Another great Japanese Yankee made his debut back in 2013, Hideki Matsui. 2003, of course. Rasmus strikes out for a second time. Thornton retires the first 2 in the 8th, but Matsui's career got off to a good start right here at Rogers Center as well.
Scored a run on a single to left field in his first game, and had a great career with the Yankees.
So Thornton gets 2. Bautista will be the batter with 2 outs. Girardi's going to the pen. Big Dylan Betances comes in.
Night on Sportsnet. Brought to you by the 2014 Honda CR-V. Honda, proud to be the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Dellin Betances makes his second appearance of the season. Last year, he threw just 6 games for the Yankees. He pitched in the opener on Tuesday night down in Houston. Pitched 1 inning, threw 10 pitches and 9 strikes.
Had 2 punch-outs in that inning. He's a big dude, 6'8". And we have heard about this guy for years and years as he's developing in the minor leagues. He was a starter in the minor leagues, but he has become a reliever. And he throws hard. He's got a good slider, and he's not afraid to use it.
There's a fastball at 95 miles an hour. Bautista coming into this game had reached base 9 of 17 plate appearances. He's been kept off the bases tonight. He hasn't reached in 3 at bats. He bats with 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning. You're right about Betances. We've heard a lot about him for a long time. They always thought that he would develop quicker than he has. And Bautista finally reaches base. He gets a 2-out walk.
I mean, it's been something like 3 or 4 years that we started hearing his name when he was in A-ball.
He signed in 2006, played in the Gulf Coast League, went to Staten Island in the New York Penn League in 2007, but it's been a slow process. He's now 26 years old.
Well, this isn't the same guy that you were just talking about that he had the inning he had in Houston the other night.
Well, Joe Girardi was really pleased with that first outing. We mentioned 9 of his 10 pitches were strikes. That's not the case tonight.
6 pitches so far, just 1 of them in the strike zone.
Edwin Encarnacion is 2 for 3 with a double. He's not close.
Nope.
Pulling that breaking ball well out the strike zone. And Larry Rothschild is going to the mound. Not so much to calm down Betances, but to give the bullpen a little time to get loose. Joe Girardi knows how potent this Blue Jays lineup is and just can't afford to put base runners on.
Well, you're in the middle of the lineup. You just walked a guy. Thornton gets the first 2 guys, boom, boom, and then he plays the percentages. He's going to go with the right-hander to face the big home run hitters. Well, that's going to backfire if you start walking him and bring a home run threat to the plate next, and Adam Lynn is tying run.
Well, and they've already used their specialist left-hander. That is David Phelps, who was in competition for the 5th starter spot all spring long. Vidal Nuno is a left-hander in their pen, but he's not a matchup left-hander like Matt Thornton. Kind of shown taking all the way, and why not? Bautista walked with 2 outs. Different story now. Got a little better read on Betances and what he's dealing with.
Look for the heater.
He does. Pulls it to third. And Solarte goes to Roberts. The inning is over. Betances gets out of it. Walks 1 and gets the 3rd out of the inning. Will go to the 9th. New York. A 6-3 lead over the Jays. Jeremy Jeffress into the game. be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. It'll be Michael Pineda against R.A. Dickey. Game 2 of this 3-game set. It all starts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the pregame show. 9:30 a.m. Pacific Time on Sportsnet. Michael Pineda. Yankees have been waiting a long time to see his name in the rotation.
2 years they've been waiting for him, but it hasn't taken long to get Jeremy Jeffress in the line. This is his 3rd game already that he's going to work. No record ERA balloon because of that one bad outing that he has. Throws hard. You're behind. You don't want to empty the bullpen here in a game like this because you got to turn around tomorrow and strap it back on at 1 o'clock.
Delmar gave up a run in his inning of work, but he will be available for that game tomorrow. This is one concern about having Brandon Morrow and Dustin McGowan back-to-back in the rotation. Not really sure how deep they're going to go into the games. That might tax the bullpen. They might think about splitting them up.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Blue Jays have some off days to work with here in the month of April. And what you mean by splitting them up, just maybe skip a starter and push him back a day. Maybe Mark Burley would probably be the perfect guy to fit right between Morrow and Dustin McGowan.
There's a strike. It's 2-1. The Blue Jays have all 4 Mondays in April off. So that gives them some flexibility in their rotation. Take a look at the matchups. Drew Hutchison will match up on Sunday, the series finale against CC Sabathia. Jeffress has a great arm. There's never been a question about that. He's a former #1 pick. But his challenge is to throw enough strikes to really capitalize on his physical talent.
His fastball's got a lot of movement. A lot more movement than I thought it did. He can make that fastball a strikeout pitch if he wants to.
There it is. Great tail on that fastball. Roberts asking if it was over the plate. He strikes out to start the inning.
The 2014 Honda CR-V. Honda, proud to be the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Kelly Johnson, the former Blue Jay, has had a good night. Had an RBI single in the first, had a triple in the 7th, but he was stranded at 3rd. How about that?
Nice.
You throw 96 and you get 2 curveballs over for a strike.
Kelly thinking now, got to see a fastball.
You throw him a fastball now, it'll look like 106. '97. You don't have to be fine with that pitch.
Nope.
0-2. I mean, it's moving a foot. Started out over the plate. And he throws that breaking ball back to the wall.
You know, that's the pitch that gave him trouble down in Tampa a couple of times. He hit 2 batters with that slider, trying to be too fine, holding on to it just a little bit too long. We just commented about his fastball, how much movement he has on it. How about taking a shot on the inner half here with Kelly Johnson? That comeback fastball, maybe you can lock him up.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Gets himself in trouble throwing that breaking ball after 2 good breaking balls to start the at-bat. I don't think Jeffress needs to pitch to corners. I think he needs to pitch to halves. Pitch to half of the plate. Ichiro on deck. There's that good fastball. 96 upstairs in a good spot. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jeffress here in the 9th.
Reach back, throw it. Look at the rotation, the spin. That ball is moving, like you said, 96 and up. Real tough to catch up to that ball.
That spin is the reason that ball moves so much. It's that 2-seam spin, and that creates so much movement on that fastball. Ichiro bats with 2 outs, goes after the first pitch. Jeffress has got to be patient, wait for it, and Ichiro has another hit. 3-hit night for Ichiro. I think he sent in a message to Joe Girardi, hey, I want to play more. Had 2 hits in last night's game. Gets to start tonight. A 3-hit night.
Why not? An infield single in the 3rd inning. And patented right here. Don't even attempt to throw it. 3 knocks.
Ichiro with a 2-out single. Yankervis Solarte, the 3rd baseman, takes upstairs. Solarte made his major league debut last night down in Houston. He saw his name in the lineup card, asked for a copy of that lineup card, and went around to all the starters and had it signed. Pretty good memento.
Oh yeah, and he got 3 hits too.
Well, he was very reluctant to ask Ichiro to sign it, as Ichiro was stretching, getting ready for his batting practice session. He went to some of the veterans and said, do you think he'd mind if I interrupted his stretching? He said, no problem, and certainly Ichiro accommodated him. How about you and I? If we'd have done that in our playing days, the old timers would have looked at us and said, get out of here, kid. Don't bother me now. But it's a gentler, kinder game now.
I'm busy stretching?
Yeah. No. Don't bother me.
You would have signed it if one of your teammates asked you, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but if I was a rookie and asked one of my teammates, I know they wouldn't have signed it.
Yeah. Get me after the game.
Yeah. See how many hits you get before we sign that for you, kid. Solarte had a big 2-run double in the 3rd inning. That erased a 1-run deficit and gave the Yankees the lead, and they've never looked back. He drills this ball to center, and that's going to get all the way to the wall. Ichiro is around second. He's headed for 3rd. He gets the wave home. There'll be no throw. And Solarte, he's making some noise early on this season. Another double, another RBI. He's driven in 3 tonight.
Keep hitting like this and keep playing like that, you're going to find your name on that scorecard every day. He's going to be asking for a lot of autographs, or they're going to be asking autographs from him. That fastball is in a good spot. See how he stays behind that one and drives it over the head of Colby Rasmus in center field.
That was a good swing. He stayed right on that pitch and drives it all the way to the wall in center. Dean Anna in his first big league game, 0 for 3 with a walk, reached base and scored in the 8th inning. Anna is 27 years old. This is his first taste of big league ball. He was a 26th round draft pick in 2008 by the San Diego Padres.
A guy who really didn't get a chance with San Diego. Never invited to big league camp.
There's his first big league hit. They're going to try to score him. Here's the throw from Cabrera. It's on line, and Solarte is tagged out. But Dean Anna gets his first big league hit in an effort to get his first big league RBI. Solarte gets thrown out at the plate. Mick Kelleher, the first base coach, said, I got the souvenir for you, kid. Bottom of the ninth, Yankees lead 7-3. After this game, it's connected on East and Ontario. It's also on Pacific because the Oakland A's game has been rained out, so it'll be connected on Pacific as well. On West, NHL hockey, the Oilers and the Coyotes. Regional restrictions apply. That's coming right up after this ball game. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Blue Jays trail 7-3. They've managed just 3 runs on 6 hits. The Yankees broke out big time. 7 runs on 16 hits. And the Bronx Bombers haven't homered.
Yeah, they didn't hit the ball very well down in Houston and losing 2 out of 3 to the Astros, but they brought their hitting shoes tonight.
A little bit of a delay as something was on the field and they had to retrieve. Umpire at second took care of it. Adam Lynn, DH here tonight. Lynn has grounded out, struck out, and hit into a double play. Dylan Betances came into the ball game with 2 outs, nobody on. He walked the first batter. He faced Jose Bautista and then got out of the inning, getting Encarnacion on the fielder's choice. Again, struggling with his command, falls behind 3-0.
He's not going to get his manager very happy.
Navarro is on deck. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Four-pitch walk to start the bottom of the ninth. Man at first, nobody out. Now it's time for a preview of what's coming up on Connected. Here's Ken Reed and Ivanka Osmak. Thank you, Ivanka. Of course, the Leafs still have their playoff hopes alive. They need some help. David Robertson is making his way out of the bullpen. Joe Girardi, I'm sure, didn't want to use him, but Navarro will bat with nobody out and a man aboard. Robertson into the ball game. Last season, he had a terrific year. Left-handed hitter's batting average just 175, but not this year. He's the closer, obviously. This is not a save situation, but Joe Girardi wants to end this ball game with Robertson.
Yeah, right now he pitched in yesterday's game and picked up his first save, 9th of his career in Houston. Racks up the strikeouts. He's had the best strikeout per 9-inning ratio in Yankee history. Last year, his 10.5 per 9 inning. fastball, good curveball, and he can cut that fastball. He's got good stuff.
Tanner Navarro, 1 for 3, scored a run. That's that hard breaking ball. Robertson jumps ahead. Yankees will watch Robertson work as the closer. First time in a long time. It hasn't been number 42. Mariano Rivera retired after last season. Robertson certainly has the stuff. You mentioned his strikeout numbers. He has a terrific strikeout rate. Joe Girardi's got a lot of confidence in him.
Probably didn't want to use him tonight if he didn't have to, with a 4-run lead in the 9th inning. And it's not really a save situation like you were saying.
Well, the Yankees play 13 straight games to start the season. So when you have an opportunity to keep your closer and your setup guy out of a ball game, they play 13 straight and 18 out of 19. Only have one off day first 19 days of the season. And 14 of those 19 are against the American League East. This is popped up and playable left side. Third baseman Solarte calls for it, makes the catch in shallow left field. Solarte had a heck of a night again tonight. 2 doubles. He's driven in 3, scored a run. Lynn stays at first with the leadoff walk.
Played some second, moved over to third base with Mark Teixeira, had the lead of the ball game. He's a nice looking player, 25 years old.
Yeah, he made a heck of an impression. A great spring at over 400 for the Yankees in the spring. Won a spot on this roster. He's versatile. He can play everywhere. Brett Lawrie, Singleton scored in the 2nd. He scored the go-ahead run at the time. Yankees had a 2-1 lead, and Jonathan Diaz, number 9 hitter, drove in a pair. But that lead was short-lived. Blue Jays gave it right back in the next half inning. Ball and a strike. We're in the bottom of the 9th. On the ground, Solarte to second for 1. Roberts won't have a throw as Lawrie runs too well. They get the force out. Blue Jays are down to their final out. Miser Asturias entered the ballgame as a pinch hitter in the 7th. He hit for Ryan Goins and flied out to left field. There's a strike that evens a count at a ball and a strike. Yankees have stranded 11 base runners tonight. Blue Jays have left 4.
16 hits for the Yankees. Seen a triple, a couple of doubles. Some speed, too.
4 stolen bases tonight. Ellsbury had a pair. Gardner had a stolen base. And Brian Roberts, who didn't start the game, picked up a stolen base as well. There's a drive to left field. Gardner was over near the line and makes a nice catch, and that ends the ball game. Brett Gardner makes a sliding catch in foul territory. David Robertson closes out the game. Masahiro Tanaka wins his major league debut. Yankees win the first of 3. Jacoby Ellsbury, Brett Gardner had a good night. Ichiro with 3 hits. The Yankees win it 7-3. Coming right up, Eastern Ontario Pacific, it is connected. Hockey on Sportsnet West. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Stay tuned. Ken Reed, Navaka Osman coming right up.